Competition, camaraderie, and community, and it all culminates here. Beautiful Orlando, Florida, site of the 2024 Department of Defense Warrior Games. And as you can see, the fans, the friends, the family starting to filter in as we ready for powerlifting, the first of 10 days of competition. And the powerlifting competition, it always sets the tone as we welcome everyone. Pat Parnell along with Tina Dixon. You can feel the electricity here. It's always this first day of competition, kind of sets the tone, and what better way to do it than with powerlifting?
Oh yeah, here in Orlando, the first day of 10, and 2023 was my first experience on site at a Warrior Games, and what I learned is the first day is that day where the athletes get into that mindset. They get fired up for the rest of the competition, and we learn who they are.
Well, you mentioned the first day as we look at the schedule. 10 packed days, powerlifting here on June 21st. Tomorrow we move on to cycling, one of my favorites, wheelchair rugby. Wait till you see the contact, the intensity there. Of course, the third day, precision air day, and then a little bit more wheelchair rugby, and we got pool play on that. Continuing on to the fourth day of competition, precision air day 2, and then wheelchair rugby finals. Expect contentious battles with that. Indoor rowing, wheelchair basketball on the 25th. Of course, archery. Last year in San Diego, we saw some amazing battles with that. And wheelchair basketball, a little bit more precise, takes a different approach than wheelchair rugby. Of course, June 27th, track, wheelchair basketball finals, gold medals will be handed out there, and field sitting volleyball. We love watching that sitting volleyball, the tactic, the precision we see there on June 28th. You're taking it all in. There's so much competition as we move on to swimming, sitting volleyball, and the finals for sitting volleyball, June 30th. 10 completely packed days, Tina.
Yeah, and what I learned is we talk about sitting volleyball. That's going to round out the 10 days, and it is so exciting. Again, this is the first day of 10, just really setting the tone for the rest of the competition.
Well, we can see all the competitors starting to make their way into the arena here at the ESPN Wild Wilder Sports Complex, and this is it's a game of tactic. When you talk about powerlifting, how they have to set their weights, we see a little bit of the chess game set early, right? It's kind of exciting to see, okay, what weight are we going to see? Are we going to see a personal best as we look at the rules of powerlifting?
Yeah, athletes bench press on a competition bench that is 3 feet longer and 1.5 feet wider than the typical bench. Now, all competitors lift with their feet off the floor, and the only supportive gear allowed is wrist straps and or weight belts.
And that doesn't hold them back in the slightest. We've seen some personal best, but also some records set at previous Warrior Games. Athletes compete based on gender, body, weight class. We're going to be going on the men's and women's side, all the way up to 107 kilograms plus on the women. I'm sorry, on the men, and then on the women, 86 plus. But it's all about those 3 attempts.
Yeah, those 3 attempts during competition, and then 1 attempt per round, 3 rounds per body weight class.
Well, there it is. A lot to take in as we get ready. We're moments away from kicking things off here at the Department of Defense Warrior Games. A brief message, and we'll be back with our first day of competition right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Pat Parnell along with Tina Dixon as we ready for the first day of 10 competitions here at the Department of Defense Warrior Games, powerlifting. We talk about the tactic, but let's really strip it down. How smart these athletes have to be to set that weight at a level that they know they can kind of build on, because you can't reverse that weight. It's really that the tactician really starts to play here.
Well, yeah, and it's a personal game too, right? Like you want to kind of put a high number out there to sort of, and to lift more than you expected. And that's what happens when you're in a Yeah, so the first competitor, that was Diane Jackson out of Australia. Her body weight class is 55 kilograms. She seemed happy with that one, and now we move on to the next. This is Flight A.
Looks like Gabby is getting ready here, setting a good entry.
And again, you want to look for those two white flags. That is the key here.
And looking for that tight grip on the bar all times, keeping that chest up. We talk about the thoracic extension. It's vital. You want to get that bar not completely vertical, but just out in front so you can use that lower part of the chest. Here she goes. Pushes through, no problem. Success on attempt number 1 of 3, gets the white flags.
Yeah, that is Gabby Varhola out of the Navy. Her bench opener was 36 kilograms, and she did that very clean and made it look very easy.
And you can see the smiles say it all. When you start off your effort out of those first of 3 lifts, you want to build. It's the hardest thing as a competitor to miss on that first attempt. It definitely gives you this mental deficit. It's hard to dig out of, but we can see here, representing the Air Force, Jessica Derhammer.
Technical sergeant out of the Air Force, Jessica Derhammer, and she's just getting in the groove here again, day 1 of 10.
You love to see that. You love to see these competitors having a little fun, and the vibe is infectious here. So many friends, family, fans have come from all over the world, all over the different divisions of the military throughout the United States. You want to get that entire back. You want to lock in those shoulders. You want contact from head, back, and shoulder. Locks you into place.
So her bench opener will be 37.5 kilograms.
And watch as she unracks that weight. You'll see a lot of these competitors, they take that deep breath and they want to hold it. Using so many parts of the body on this, but approaching this as they're strapped in, it's such an explosion of power through the chest. Here we go. That rack command coming through. There she goes. The white flag is up. White flag is up. So 2 out of 3, 3 out of 3 white flags. And that's what we're looking for, to make a bad joke. But white flag by no means is it surrender, Tina. It's a good thing in powerlifting. That white flag meaning she gets the good lift. So and then she'll watch. We'll watch her come back and she's going to build on that.
Yeah, again, that was the first of 3. We move on to the next competitor, Ashley Chrisman, Major Ashley Chrisman from the Marines. Her body weight class is 55, and the bench opener that she will be going for, 38 kilograms, and that is almost 84 pounds.
I think a lot of people would be a little surprised to see what they could bench. It is it's such one of the most perfect workouts you can do. We talk about that thoracic extension, but just in terms of what the muscles that it engages and the focus and the technique. And it's finding that comfortable grip position, not too wide, and bringing that bar not just vertical, but just where you're using that lower part of the chest. And she gets the good lift. So good news for the Air Force. Their second successful lift so far in the match. And it's great to see the team, even teams from other sports team, to come out and show their support for all the different disciplines.
Well, what I love too about being here at the Warrior Games is you see these athletes on the first day, and then throughout the competition, you know, they just don't do powerlifting. You'll see them in, you know, indoor rowing or track, you know, wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, sitting volleyball.
Yeah.
So you see them throughout the week, and you really get to meet them, learn all about them, and by the end, everyone's just like high-fiving everyone.
Force. And command, followed by the rack command as she puts it down. Seeing a lot of focus. Just getting that breath work aligned, just loading up. Trying to stay calm and relaxed. It's something as innocuous as a bench press becomes so much more in powerlifting. Technique matters. Here we go. She gets the clean, good lift. So Air Force starting to rack up successful lifts here, Tina. And we talk about these competitors individuals, but really watch the team component build here, as you'll see that it gets a little bit more contentious and competitive as we move through the week.
It really does, and then it finishes off with events like that sitting volleyball, wheelchair rugby, where the teams come together. So, you know, there's a couple different competitions going on here. There's the competition within oneself, especially here at powerlifting, and then there's the competition amongst the other teams that really, you know, you see these teams coming together there at the last day.
Well, judging by the smiles of Nicole there, looking awfully relaxed, and that's exactly the mindset you want to be when you're jumping into your first of 3 lifts out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Nikki Stickle. Happy yet focused. You can see the little tenacity in those eyes. And extra points for bring a little flair.
Yeah, Air Force has 4 athletes in this first flight. And so far, they've been putting on a good show and setting a good tone.
She'll get strapped in here, and this is the moment too where the competitors really have to get back to that mindset. They know what their personal best is. They know they put all the training. They know where to kind of set the level for themselves, but then just kind of calm the nerves, work your way through it, get that first successful lift out of 3 and build from there. And as mentioned, we'll be moving right into the medal round following all the weight classes today. So handing out hardware later. She'll wait for that start command after taking the bar into the rack command. Looking very steady. And there it is, another one.
And that is a good lift again for Team Air Force. Allison Smith.
And you can see the patience too. After she clears that, just having to wait and get that good lift, that white flag.
Excuse me, that was Nikki Stickle that just had that good lift. Yep. Now we're moving on to Allison Smith.
Yep. Peoria, Illinois. I have to say, for these early lifts, very relaxed competitors so far, but we expect things to intensify, moving a little bit higher in the weight classes. Women's 55 kilo class. Allison Smith for the Air Force.
And it's you look around this room, Pat, and it's kind of a roller coaster of emotions. It gets very quiet right before, and then you hear the cheers, and then it just kind of keeps repeating itself. That same roller coaster.
We're seeing lots of colors, all the colors of all the different divisions. Of course, Air Force, that signature blue. Just making those last-minute adjustments. Okay. Gets that command. Pushing through.
And the senior airman gets her first good lift.
Yeah, the perseverance on that, you saw just a little bit, a slight waver, albeit so.
Come out to this first lift, and it's a failed attempt. What does that do to the athlete, especially moving forward?
Jumping back into competition. Brandon Sullivan representing Air Force. Going to be hitting that 65, I should say 90 kilos on his first attempt of 3. Just remind our viewers that are new to powerlifting here at the Department of Defense Warrior Games, you can only go upward and higher out of those 3 attempts. So has to set that mark, successfully make this a good lift, then gets to move forward and really set a higher tone. And you'll wait for that start command, into the rack command. Nice wide grip on that. And he gets the white flags as hoped for on that. A good way to set the tone. And I would not be surprised to see him going maybe 95 kilos northward. We'll see. Interesting. Australia, their first jump into the mix here in powerlifting.
It's Lieutenant Commander David Milne out of Australia.
Great to see the international field. We'll see in other competitions, competitors all the way from Canada, UK. Great to see that international support. We caught up with some of the Australian friends and family earlier, and they're just having the time of their lives coming to Orlando, enjoying Disney World, and then seeing world-class competition.
Yeah. When you hear a member of the family is going to Orlando to compete, it's like, oh, where do I sign up? Yes, I will be there to support you. Absolutely. What a great setting.
Milne, cleanly. No hesitation on 90 kilograms right there.
Which is 198.42 pounds.
And just watching him, how cleanly he was able to push through that, I will not be surprised if he goes northward of 200 pounds.
So next up,
Ryan Castillo representing SOCOM out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. And he's also going to be pushing that 90 kilo mark. Chalked up, ready to go. Watch taking his time. Get that nice tight grip locked up. Look at that chest up. Keep reminding everyone that thoracic extension is such an explosion. So the competition moves onward and forward, and we love to see this, the one-upmanship of the weights just getting that much more intense. Now hitting that 100-plus mark. And you see Gene Kalantok going to be going for 114 kilos.
Yeah, and to put that into perspective, that's over 250 pounds on the first lift. Pat, we talked earlier about setting that benchmark with your first attempt. This is a heavy start.
But the build of Gene, his approach, just so lean, focused, a powerhouse. Just textbook approach. Flat on the bench and ready to attack. Here we go. First of 3 attempts, 114 kilos. Okay, start. Okay, and the rack, Kenny. Oh! Waiting for it. He gets, yes, 3 white flags. And to build from that is just staggering. What an incredible first lift of 3, 114 kilos.
Well, and you can see the reaction on his face, the smile on his face, and that has got to make him feel just confident moving in to the rest of the competition.
And the physical fortitude, you saw him to get that clean, you know, that clean rack at the end. Diane Jackson.
So Diane Jackson out of Australia. This will be her second lift. We'll be going for 37 kilos.
It's great to see, too, all the divisions, the different weight classes, the different approaches that each of these competitors take.
And there is a lot of support from Australia and for the team.
Gets that command down cleanly.
Oh, and
wow.
that was beautiful. She just made that look so simple. And look how calm and relaxed she is.
There's a little bit of a shift, but then just finished so cleanly. Walks off like, like no biggie.
No problem. So she is actually the only one from the Navy that is competing in this Flight A. We move on to Ashley Chrisman from the Marines, Major Ashley Chrisman. Now she will be going for 42 kilos. She did 38 on that first attempt.
And it'll keep hammering home how much distance do you want to try to drive between you and the other competitors, and how much do you have in your tank to set. Most of the time, these competitors, they know that they're right in the ballpark of what they're comfortable with, but it's tapping into the energy and what you have in the tank. Here we go. 42 kilos. And a good lift on lift number 2. Visibly elated with that as she moves onward and forward to her third lift. We can expect to see in the mid to high 40s.
And now we move on to the Air Force, Christina Kane. Actually, sorry, excuse me, we're moving on to Jessica Durhammer. Technical Sergeant will be going for 43.
Just getting everything locked and loaded. Once that head back flat, shoulders locked in. Okay, gets the command. Oh, she wants it. And she gets it.
Oh, and you saw
Wow.
her coach there on the side, 2 thumbs up, and look at that spot. And this is what we like to see.
Yeah, it's that tenuous, just that tenuous area where they're really, really pushing the limits of what they can kind of push through physically and mentally. There's such a mental component to powerlifting that a lot of people, I think. Everything that connects.
And now we move on to Captain Christina King from the Air Force. 47 kilos.
And so if you're looking at the weights that we inch up, you know, she just saw a successful lift, 2 successful lifts at 44 kilos. She comes in from 43, jumping up to 47 kilos on this. Here we go, lift number 2. And our first unsuccessful failed lift on lift number 2. So now, Tina, she'll be relegated to stay at that weight. Or she comes back and just doubles down and goes for even a higher weight on that 3rd attempt. So.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep our eyes on the strategy and what Christina King decides to do. It looks right now she will go for the 47 again in that attempt 3.
So Nicole Stickle on lift number 2, jumping up from 47 kilos on that successful first attempt to 52 kilos. Highest so far that we've seen in this weight class.
And that is a significant, jump. We've seen 2 kilos, 3 kilos from the jump from first attempt to second attempt, and now it's 5 kilos for her.
Yeah, about 1 kilo extra than what we just saw. Here we go. Looking very confident.
Oh, and she looked
wow. Yes.
fantastic on that lift.
And you can just physically you can see when the confidence is there, the strength is there, and when it combines, it correlates to a successful lift. Just confident in her swagger, no less.
Yeah, and then her teammate, it's Allison Smith, and she will be attempting 57 kilos.
So another 5 kilo jump. She was successful at 52 kilos. Out of Peoria, Illinois, Allison Smith getting set up here. And it's really interesting too. Keep your eyes on how smooth, once they get it off. So just bringing everyone up to speed. Allison Smith, successful on her second attempt, 57 kilos. We move on to So calm. Evan Diebler. And a big jump, 7-kilo jump from 83 kilos all the way up to 90. A very good lift at that. You saw just technique-wise, locking out the elbows without losing that arch. Perfect technique. Diebler moves forward with a successful 90 kilo, a 7-kilo jump. And we're going to see now a similar jump. 5-kilo jump successful for David Milne out of Australia. 90 kilos on that first of 3 attempts, now coming in at 95 kilos.
Yeah, and you always know when the Australian athlete is coming up because you can hear the fans in the background cheering them on. They are making their presence known.
Aussie. It's going to, the raucous roar. There it is, on cue. Here we go.
And it's a good lift.
That's a good lift for the Australian, setting a lofty, lofty tone of 95 kilos. Beautiful technique there as well. You know, you see the difference, those lifts, Tina, that really come together nicely. That back is flat, head is back on the bench. You're not too wide on that grip.
So now we move on to Brandon Sullivan from the Air Force. He had a good attempt on that first lift. Now going for 95.5 kilos.
And that tight grip equating to tension. You want to build up that tension. There he goes. And waits for it. Gets 1 flag, 2 flag, 3 flags. There we go.
You look at that third flag, you're like, is it gonna, what's it gonna do?
Waiting on it, holding on it. But I tell you what, when you get those 3 white flags, and Brian Castillo now, watching him, just his approach on his first lift, he's jumping up a whole 10 kilos. But I made reference to it, just the confidence that he approached the bench.
Oh yeah, and if he can get this, then he's going to be carrying a lot of momentum into that third lift, because this is a big one for him. Brian Castillo from Team SOCOM.
So those of you just joining us, in the midst of Flight A, men's 72-kilo class here at the Department of Defense Warrior Games, powerlifting, first day of competition, first day of 10 days of competition. Here we go, second lift, 100 kilos. And a good lift, no wavering whatsoever. Wow.
And no wavering on the focus.
You can expect him to come back. I even expect a more staggering jump. You can see he's got plenty left.
So now we move on to Gene Kalentok out of the Army, Staff Sergeant, and he will be attempting 117 kilos.
So that also, a decent jump at that 5-kilo jump. But it's this one-upmanship, and it's also knowing your limits. A lot of these competitors would be right on that precipice of what's in their physical ability, but they continually talk about that extra boost that extra strength, a gear that they find when they're here competing on this level. It's the start command. Oh! No. So a failed attempt on lift number 2 for Kalantok. Jumping up to 117 kilos. He'll be now relegated to that third and final attempt. You can either try to do 117 again. I've seen it where they come back, Tina, after a failed attempt and then up it even more if you can wrap your head around that. But sometimes it's just this mental block. Sometimes you just technically something went awry. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes back, just matches the 117 or even needs to up it a little bit more.
Yeah, well, we move on now to from the Army, Justin Lane. He will be attempting 120 kilos.
So just wrap your heads around, it's an 18-kilo jump from what he was able to pull off the first time, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He came out, obviously, he knew that he had it within his wheelhouse weight-wise, and just that 102 almost maybe playing, a little toying with the competition to make that 18-kilo jump from 102 to 120. Out of Australia, Diane Jackson on her third attempt.
Yeah, so she was successful, 35, then she went 37, now she's stepping it up 1 kilo, so 38 kilos for this final attempt for Diane Jackson out of Australia.
And a no lift, unfortunately, but you have to congratulate her on this spirit, all smiles. And that's exactly what this is about, just pushing these competitors to the brink, to that level where they can just feel every fiber of muscle snapping, firing, burning.
Yeah.
That was just incredible to see. And then it's great to see the smile after, even though she clearly wanted that 38 kilo. But Diane Jackson of Australia, and then we move on to Gabby Varhola, representing the Navy.
Yeah, so she was successful at 36. Her second lift was 39. And now she's jumping up 4 kilos and will be attempting 43.
So watch too as they unrack and you get that big breath. As they load up. Wants it.
Oh.
And she gets it.
It's a good lift for her on that final attempt. So Gabby Varhola successful on 3 attempts. And now we move on to Ashley Chrisman from the Marines. She went 38, 42, and now will be attempting 44 kilos.
So a nice steady climb, nice steady approach to her game here. And really having to look at what other successful attempts. If you're focused on that podium, you've got to be cognizant of the other weights that are getting thrown up there.
Well, and I got to ask you at this point on the third attempt, I'm sure there's a lot of adrenaline going on, but what about the fatigue factor?
100, 1,000%. anyone that's spent time training, these are reps, and you're obviously pushing the limit to what you know that's within your comfort zone. Great to see. Gets the good lift. The 3 white flags raised. And you want to see those smiles on the 3rd and final lift. I'll tell you what, a lot of fans here for Air Force coming out early. A lot of blue in the stands today. Out of Biloxi, Mississippi. And Jessica Durhammer, successful on 37.5, then jumping to 43 kilos, and then just upping it 1 kilo on this 3rd and final attempt. Trying to push through it, no, and gets the no lift. Unfortunately, just that difference, and you talk about just the fatigue of going through these lifts, Tina. Yeah, absolutely. Even though you're jumping, maybe just 1 kilo.
Well, and then there's time, too, between the lifts. They've got to sit and wait and then watch some of the other competitors. And it's just, those emotions, not only mentally, but just physically, going through the fatigue and adrenaline and then just the excitement from the crowd.
Retired Captain Christina Kang, representing the Air Force.
And yeah, we go back to her 2nd lift. She was going for 47 kilos. It was a failed attempt. So now she is going for 47 kilos again, trying to redeem herself on this 3rd and final attempt.
There we go. You can see trying to get, that leverage, and unfortunately couldn't do it. And there's so many different metrics going on versus having your feet on the floor than being strapped, that leverage.
Well, and now we move on to Nikki Stickle from the Air Force. You talked about the support that the Air Force team has. There are 5 athletes.
Oh, incredible program. Bluebeards and all. It's, the spirit on the Air Force side with the powerlifting, it's audible and it's visible, and it's really great to see. And they've got such like I said, just a strong team program and a strong team presence. You can see in the stands out here since the crack of dawn.
Yeah. And we'll expect to see these, fans. It'll grow throughout the week.
Yeah. So jumping back in, attempting 54 kilos, a 2 kilo jump, has been successful on her 2 previous lifts of 47 and 52. Here we go, 54 kilos. There's Stickle. There it is. There it is.
And she was holding that up there like, did you see? Yes, I just did that. And do you like the hair? I mean, the hair. You've got to give her extra points for the hair.
We've got blue braids. We have blue beards. Whatever your request for Spirit du Jour for Air Force, they have it for days.
And speaking of Air Force, we move on to the next Air Force athlete, Allison Smith. So she had a 64 on the first attempt, 52, 57, and now she is going for 59.
Was successful, on that 5 kilo jump, and now jumping 4 kilos. So, and this is exactly what you want to see in terms of tactic. You knowing that you can make those increments. Some people have to play it a little bit safer, depending on the strength component here, but very smart approach. And to end up at 59 kilos, if she gets this third final lift, it's going to be a really, really good finish for Smith here.
Start! Press.
There it is. Yes.
That extension at the end.
You wait for it, and you can see that there's this moment where you can almost feel the questioning, do I have it? And to push through that is powerlifting at its finest.
And that, you really think about that. To push through that when you're in that position takes so much. It's like an effort that's beyond.
Well, now we just to keep things fun, David Milne out of Australia, jumping up another 5 kilos. We've hit the 100 kilo mark. We've seen Brian Castillo of SOCOM. He got it on his second lift. But for Milne, this will be his first attempt at 100 kilos.
So yeah, successful at 90, successful at 95. And like you said, the third attempt will be 100 kilos.
It's those consistent, steady jumps, knowing you have it. Wants it, and cannot get it. That 5 kilo jump, just a little too much. But a valiant effort for David Milne for Australia. No lift on attempt number 3. He'll sit with that 95 kilo successful lift as we move forward with Brandon Sullivan representing Air Force.
So he was successful at 90, he was successful at 95.5, and now will be attempting 102.
Even a bigger jump. Yeah, about 6.5 kilos. And you have to respect the tenacity and that fortitude, knowing, okay, I'm just going to take even a little bigger jump. But technique-wise on his second lift was very solid. Does he have it? Oh! And that fatigue setting in. Wasn't able to get that 102. But let's all collectively commend the spirit. And a no lift, unfortunately, representing SOCOM, Kevin Diebler. He's going for that 103 kilo mark, but this is the one I'm excited about. Brian Castillo came out swinging, successful with 90 kilos, then says, you know what, I'm going up 10 kilos. Now he ups it another 8 kilos. So break that down, Tina. What are we dealing with here?
Well, it's a lot, but watching his just his focus and his mannerisms as he's been walking around the venue here, I have confidence that he's going to be able to do this, going from 90, like you said, up to 10 to 100.
All right, eyes on Castillo right now. Brian Castillo making the 8-kilo jump. Will be one of the biggest lifts we've seen so far. Right. Almost has it. No. So unfortunate for Brian Castillo, representing SOCOM. Definitely pushing the boundaries there with 108 kilos.
Well, and you could tell there was that moment where he's like, no, I'm not giving up yet. I'm going to do this.
If you wanted to see Herculean leaps, we're going to continue to see that. Gene Kalantuk, representing the Army, is going to do that. He was unsuccessful jumping from 114 kilos to 117, but third and final attempt. And just remind all the viewers and those new to powerlifting here at the Department of Defense Warrior Games, each competitor gets 3 attempts. Once you set your weight, you can only go up from there. Looking for those 3 white flags signaling a successful lift there, and just making those last-minute adjustments on all the wraps.
Yeah, Gene Kalantok, you know, after that first lift, we saw such excitement from him, and then after the second lift, it was a failed attempt, but you know he's going to want to come back and get this. It's the redemption of 117 kilos. It
is the ultimate test of upper body strength, powerlifting here at Department of Defense. And just the fitness of these competitors is unrivaled. Wrist wraps definitely helping. You'll see too just how tight they grab onto the bar, and that creates this tension. If they weren't strapped in, you'd actually utilize that tension too with having the feet on the ground. But
so it truly is all upper body strength.
Oh, it's just a sheer unbridled power and strength just unleashed.
It really is remarkable to see, you know, the athletes just throughout, not only today, but just throughout the week, and just how diverse everyone is in their skill set of the different events that they do.
Yeah, and you would definitely normally be engaging the quads, but being strapped in, you're relegated to this just a sheer focus of the strength right there. Wow, did not even hesitate. Can he get it? He's so close. And there it is. You got to be kidding me. Incredible.
So you go back, just to go back, on that first lift, it was 114 kilos. The second lift, he went for 117. It was a failed attempt, but he comes back and he gets it.
That is a redemption lift. Validation at its finest, and the smile. You can see it for miles. And you build on that too. Fellow competitor Justin Lane, also representing Army, he just watched that, and so he's making the massive jump. He started at 102 kilos, then jumped up 18 kilos, successful at 120. Can he feed off Gene Kalantok's energy there and successful lift and build on it with a 125 kilo lift? It will be the most weight we have seen on the bar so far today. Unfortunately, couldn't get it to the end. A no lift, failed attempt on lift number 3, but you have to commend, I mean, to jump up to 125 kilos. Can't even wrap my head around that.
Yeah, it's a tall order, and again, this is just flight A. We have up to flight E. So we still have B, C, D, several more flights to go, but what a start. And the story that I really liked from this first flight was Gene Kalantok.
Yeah.
That redemption and coming back and getting 117 kilos.
Yeah. And the fans, as we mentioned, came out early, and they are being treated to an incredible display of athleticism and competition. Here, the first day of 10 of the Department of Defense Warrior Games, at beautiful ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex here in Orlando, Florida. And with the first more to come with the Department of Defense Warrior Games right after this.
the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mike Rohauser and Mrs. Denise Rohauser from the Wounded Warrior Project. Also accompanied by Lieutenant General Retired Walt Pyatt. Bronze medal representing Air Force, Captain Christina King. Silver medalist representing Marines, Major Ashley Crispin. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Air Force, Technical Sergeant Nicole Stickle. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the women's 55 kilo. Coming up next, the men's 65 kilo. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 65 kilograms. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mike Rohauser and Mrs. Denise Rohauser from the Wounded Warrior Project, accompanied by Lieutenant General Retired Walt Pyatt. Bronze medalist representing Air Force, Senior Airman Brandon Sullivan. Silver medalist representing Army, Staff Sergeant Gene Gallantock. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Army, Specialist Justin Lane. The 2024 Warrior Games medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the men's 65 kilograms. Coming up next, the women's 67 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's 67 kilograms. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mike Rohauser and Mrs. Denise Rohauser from the Wounded Warrior Project. They'll be accompanied by Lieutenant General retired Walt Pyatt. Bronze medalist representing Air Force, Technical Sergeant Jessica Derhammer. Silver medalist representing Navy, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class, Gabby Varhola. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Air Force, Staff Sergeant Allison Smith. The 2024 Warrior Games medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for your women's 67 kilograms. Coming up next, the men's 72 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 72 kilograms. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mike Rohauser and Mrs. Denise Rohauser from the Wounded Warrior Project. Silver medalist representing SOCOM, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Diebler. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing SOCOM, Sergeant First Class Ryan Castillo. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for your 72 kilograms. Coming up next, get right back into powerlifting action with Flight B. Coaches, you have 1 minute to change first attempt.
We rejoin today's powerlifting here at Department of Defense Warrior Games. Powerlifting, first day of 10 competitions underway, and a successful attempt for Sue Osborne out of Australia, going for 38 kilos. Tina, we've seen a lot of successful attempts, and we're starting to see the gamemanship and the tactic approach.
Yeah, and we're also starting to see just the different teams, how they're supporting each other and they're coming through for their teammates. And we heard from Nikki Stickle, who's from the Air Force in that Flight A. She said that she wasn't sure she could do it, but it was the support of the team and the crowd that pushed her to get there on the medal stand.
And so much about the Warrior Games is that the stories that we're going to unpeel this week. It's incredible, between friends, family, and fans, and just a lot of stories of hope and the conviction that these competitors take through not just the competition but through life. As we jump on board the first attempt of 3 at 41 kilos for Hannah Wright, representing Army. And no problem at 41 kilos. And just to remind the viewers, should you have a failed attempt, then it locks you in for that second attempt. You have to do 41 just to move onward and forward. So you have to be really smart at what level you set that first of 3 attempts at.
Yeah, and just from looking at that attempt from her, how easy she made it look, she set that at a number, she's like, I can do this one. And then I'm going to step up. So it'll be interesting to see the difference in weight that she goes from first to second attempt.
And so things that you don't want to see, you don't want to see that dropping the bar down to the chest in an uncontrolled manner. Definitely want to see that steady flow, bouncing, sinking, or heaving on the chest. They'll have to wait for that first command. They get the start command, then the rack command, and what they want to see at the kilos. And Mallory Morton coming in at 48 kilos. And now representing Navy, Margot going 52 kilos.
One athlete from Navy.
really it's here. It's getting into that quiet headspace. What's between the ears right when you get that start command and into the rack command.
Oh,
and just visibly, physically, you can see when they come in with that conviction and that confidence, and then you back it up with good technique, all the training that goes into this.
no hesitation at all. And we move on now to Australia. Aaron Brigden,
Yeah.
78 kilos for this first attempt.
So hefty weight, but I expect Brigden will be able to capitalize on setting that weight. Obviously, she knows what's in her wheelhouse. Here she goes. Clean, precise, and a good lift. Great to see the Australian representation here. We've been making note of it all morning. Definitely, I'd say the louder contingent of all the different teams that are in the house here at ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex in Orlando, Florida. Beautiful complex, by the way. Lucky to be on such great facilities here. Had the opportunity to come here for Special Olympics 2 years ago, and just incredible to see between the rugby matches, the baseball, the basketball, so many different fields of play to take advantage of.
Well, and it is just a great location in general to come to for an event. You fly into Orlando, and you definitely have the families going to Disney World and everywhere else. But yeah, you mentioned all the sports that now take place here, and it's just a good mix of everything, and it's a great atmosphere. And when you have someone come over from Australia, a family member support you, gives you a chance to take some vacation time as well.
Newsflash, I'm going to the Magic Kingdom tonight as we jump back into Brent Garlick of the Army going for 85 kilos. First attempt of 3. Here we go.
Oh, and he made that
Just
look simple.
Walk in the park for Garlick on that. And he wants to put his name in the hat, wants to be a contender for that podium. Will be going right into the medal ceremonies following the completion of Flight B. Our weight classes here, 72 kilos plus.
Yeah, and we move on now to Patrick Dayton from Team Army. Will be attempting 100 kilos on this first attempt.
So this is as we move through our weight classes, and you start to really kind of compute. You get out that abacus, you do the math on weight. This is the weight of a washing machine.
This is 220 pounds.
Its approach is really something to behold. So 100 kilos. And successful on lift number 1 of 3. So expect Dayton to come back swinging on that second lift. You do need to declare fairly immediately what you're going to be doing on your next lift. You can't sit back and wait to see what the rest of the competition does in your class.
Yeah, and that's where you've got to, be smart as well. You don't want to get too deep with that second weight. We move on now to Air Force Houston Thomas out of Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, he's going to have that hometown support, Lieutenant Houston Thomas. And now breaking the 100 kilo barrier at 104.
Yeah, this is what you said. This is just where it gets really exciting when the weight just adds up. And then you really compute it to pounds. And I've been wanting to ask you this whole time, like, how much can you bench press?
Ooh, we were talking about in my heyday. Definitely my own weight. No, I'm around there. Still, you say, in my later years. Okay, here we go. Thomas, 104, a little waver there, but cleans it up nicely. And by doing so, gets the good lift. The white flags in the air, that's exactly what you want to see. So Thomas, that Orlando hometown crowd fueling him, as well as a very exuberant Air Force crowd. But you can hear the Navy fans in force for David Fuller here. 125 kilos.
Oh, yeah.
Drink it in.
Yeah, he means business.
Wow.
David Fuller from the Navy, 125, like you said, kilos. And just the dynamic between the teams themselves it's so fun to see.
You can just see the quad strength on Fuller, but here at the Warrior Games, you get the option to get strapped in with one or two, whatever you're more comfortable with. He's going to rely just on that explosion of power, upper body strength. Okay, gets the command. Make it to the rack. Can he get there? He's almost there. No. And you can see just, you can almost taste it.
And so the second attempt, he will have back and go for that.
Yep, the
125 kilos
which
again.
you know he has. He clearly knows exactly where he needs to set. We talk about the Air Force spirit and the strength of their team. And Jordan Jones, I think we can anticipate some magic here as the highest amount of weight we have seen on the bar so far this morning, 135 kilos. Out of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, and those on the West Coast, California, you're just getting up in the morning drinking your coffee.
Well, I mean, I grew up seeing, all the commercials about all the branches of the military, doing more before we do, it for breakfast. And I got to say, the fans here, they were up probably like us, 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Oh, I was up before 5 a.m. Yeah.
But they're no stranger to taking a disciplined approach, and when you're competing at this level, is exactly where your headspace has to be.
So 135 kilos.
Okay, gets that rack command, and we just witnessed a little magic here in Orlando as Jones, 135 kilos for the first attempt of 3.
And so far in today's competition, it is early in the morning, but 135 kilos has been the highest that we have seen. We move on now to Sue Osborne out of Australia. 38 was her first attempt, cleaned it, and now moving on to 42.
All right, we continue with Hannah Wright, representing Army was successful on that 41 kilo attempt, and then so she builds on that 6 kilo, not a massive jump, but a decent increase in the weight. And if she can continue to build on that, as we've seen successful attempts from all of the other female competitors in this weight class, definitely can be a contender to find the podium. Here we go. So success on number 2, and just building the kilos, climbing her way up, trying to get to that highest amount of weight. How much more does she have in the tank? We'll find out on her 3rd lift.
So Mallory Morgan out of SOCOM will be the next competitor. 48 kilos on her first attempt. Now going for 51.
So once they get locked and loaded, see them tight grip, trying to create that tension. They'll wait for that start command. Just know that they have it in them. That clean push. Oh, no problem. Didn't even break a sweat.
No.
Wow.
It's almost when you almost question, like, should she have done more weight?
I'm telling you, there's so much tactic and so much play that goes into what they're doing, how they approach it. They're not doing this on the drive here, figure. They've got their game plan. There's a little bit of like last minute adjustment. You do see when the other weights are coming in, but they know, like I said, that wheelhouse of where they can get. Every day is different when you're in the gym and you have this extra gear, and that's what you hope you tap into, especially on this day at the Warrior Games.
Daphne Bonachea Tamargo out of the Navy. This will be 57 kilos, and it's a good lift for her 2nd attempt. So she went 52, 57. We'll see what that 3rd attempt is going to be. And now we move on to Sasha Savage from the Marines.
Yeah, and just upping it that much more. 2 extra kilos than we saw from Tamargo. It's great to see these Warrior athletes from across the globe come together as one community here at the 2024 Department of Defense Warrior Games. Savage, as we mentioned, just upping 2 more kilos than the previous lift. 59 kilo attempt on lift number 2 of 3. Here we go. And another clean one in the books.
Yeah.
And I expect to see a little bit of a jump. We'll wait to see when she makes it official. I like to see what she's going to come in, and it looks like she's going to. So Tamargo's set the tone for 61 on her 3rd attempt. Where is Savage going to set it? She's going to want to go higher than 61, jumping up from 59. But we jump back into Behringer. Lydia Behringer, sergeant for the Marines, was a success on lift number 2. And yeah, just like that, as expected, Savage now set her 3rd and final lift at 62. So this is where the one.
So Lydia Behringer from the Marines.
Wow. Okay. We just stumbled upon a competition. Great to see these successful 2nd lifts as well. They're just upping those weights, finding success.
Yeah, and so we move on. Also, that 73 kilo weight class, along with Lydia Behringer, who we just saw put up 71. So Erin now is going for 82 kilos.
This is, we're starting to see the numbers just get sky high here. It's so great to see. So a 4-kilo jump. As we saw Behringer set the weight for her third and final lift will be 74 kilos. Takes her time with it. Patient. And by doing so, she gets the white flags.
And just that final moment, that final explosive moment that Erin put up. So she just put up 82 kilos, and we move on to Brent Garlick from the Army.
Yeah, a big jump for Garlick on this one. He's going up 9 kilos from his successful lift of 85. This is just reflecting back on Brigden out of Australia. Where's she going to set her third and final lift? Behringer set it at 74, and like that, whopping 84 kilos set for Brigden on her third and final lift. Here we go. Checking back in with Brent Garlick.
So Garlick is in the 80-kilo class.
Just getting all the gear strapped. Lock in those shoulders. Nice tight grip.
Start. Press.
Pushing, and no problem whatsoever for Garlick. Wow, very precise.
So in this flight B, there's 5 athletes that are in the 80-kilo class. And the highest weight that we've seen be posted so far is 135 kilos, but we can expect that to be increased with these next few athletes.
Well, yeah, Jones, we're speaking of Jordan Jones, blistering pace, 135 kilos set. His next attempt is going to be 143 kilos.
Yeah.
That's going to be the last competitor in this class with the second lifts, and then we re-rack it back to third and final lifts. And right now, Patrick Dayton, representing Team Army, upping it to 102 kilos. So just a slight jump, 2-kilo jump.
And that's interesting to see for me, Pat, because some of the athletes do, 5 kilos, 10 kilos, but he's only chosen the 2 kilos. Not that it's anything to look at and be like, oh, only 2, because he made it look so easy, but it just goes to show your point of the strategy and sticking with, what you know you can do.
Well, my eyes are glued on the screens. So you just saw, Garlick, who was successful on 94, just set 103 kilos for his third and final attempt. That really pushes Dayton now, he was successful in making that 2-kilo jump, looked very comfortable for him. He now has to assess how he clearly wants to find his way to the podium, but what is he going to set now? How big do you do that 4-kilo jump, a 5-kilo? What do you have that we don't know about?
Well, as we wait for that, we are going to move on now to Houston Thomas out of Orlando, Florida. He's the local here. From Team Air Force, he posted 109 on that second attempt.
Locking in, tight grip equates tension, which is good. As here we go, he'll wait for the command. Here it is. Oh, so close, and nabs it.
Oh, yeah, you look for those 3 white flags, and sometimes you see 1. Okay, where's the other 2?
There is a bit of a, you're okay. They're trying almost.
I thought it was good.
We talk about tension on the bar, but they create a tension waiing for those flags.
Those
what
judges,
they're doing.
I think they get together before and say, hey,
Just stall it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Just create a little drama.
Exactly. All right, David Fuller from the Navy. Will be going for 125. Going back to that first attempt, it was a failed attempt at 125 kilos. So now he needs to repeat that.
Yeah.
So this is the redemption.
So you don't want to see that bouncing, sinking, or heaving the bar on chest or dropping bar. Got a little caught just at the tail. Can he get it? There it is. So successful on 125 kilos.
Oh.
Team Navy, they're feeling it right now.
Oh yeah, now he's fired up. He's got to feel good about that. You know, it's to have a failed attempt is one thing, but on that first attempt.
Well, you could see when he did fail on that first attempt. Hands went over the face. He's like, I was inches away.
Yeah.
Inches.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, I know I can do it. What happened?
So
he comes back and is like, okay, this is what I can do.
All right, okay.
Jordan Jones.
Now everyone just have a seat, put your tray tables up, and get ready. Jordan Jones approaching the 143 kilo mark. Cleanly did 135. So I think Jordan Jones out of Pensacola, Florida, doing the panhandle proud here, just really representing well and setting a tone that's going to be hard to stay in step with. Let's see. He has that confidence, the power, the technique that we saw on his first lift.
See Team Air Force cheering him on. Very clear to see where the Air Force team is sitting in blue. Then you've got Marines right next to them. And then you also have Team Australia, that yellow and green. So just such a mix and a variety of fans out here.
So much competition between the two, but so much respect between all the divisions. Here we go. 143 kilos. Oh, no!
And
it's at that point, you know that he knows that he's right in that bandwidth, and he'll have to shake that off, just get that refraction period.
But he's still, with that first attempt, Jordan Jones from the Air Force still has the highest weight at 135 kilos in that 80 kilo class.
Yep, you're crunching the numbers correctly, Tina, and but he'll still come back, and I think, it's about setting a personal best with yourself, as we see Sue Osborne trying to push through that 43, but doesn't get the good lift on her third and final attempt. So she'll sit with that 42 kilo. That is her best of the day. And moving on to a 53 kilo attempt by Hannah Wright.
So from Team Army, out of Austin, Texas. She's part of that 61 kilo weight class. And going for 53 kilos.
So the first lieutenant, Hannah Wright, right in a ballpark that she wants to be, making nice, slow, steady, consistent jumps. She made the 6 kilo jump successful before. Can she do it again?
She's like, I'm good. Let's do this.
Start. Press.
Okay. Command. No, and just that wavering, that uneven bouncing of the bar.
Happens, Pat, when it starts to waver just a little bit. We've seen some athletes able to recover.
Really have to steady. I mean, they look for the errors that they're looking for is like if you start before the start command, ending before the rack command, dropping that bar down to the chest in an uncontrolled manner. So any of that wavering, of course, bouncing, sinking, or heaving the bar on the chest, uneven extension when locking out the bar. Telling you, they're critical, but as they should be. But it's a really small room for error in terms of getting those 3 white flags.
You just
and
have
sometimes you will get 2, which two white flags of 3 will, allow it, but it's you want to get the 3 white flags, and you just want to get that clean lift.
When you're talking about the 3 white flags, do the judges, do they each look at one particular part of the lift?
It's getting the 3 different perspectives. You can see where they're situated. One's looking behind. They're looking, in terms of the horizontal perspective, each side. So, yeah.
It's the different perspectives.
Yeah.
Great. So this is Mallory Morgan, and it's a good lift for SOCOM at 55 kilos.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Daphne Bonachea Tamargo from the Navy.
And Tamargo started to step it up from her first lift of 52, successful on 57, and now just upping it even more, 4 kilos higher. Such an incredible test of upper body strength here in powerlifting. I mentioned this is the first day of 10 days of competition. Looking forward to so many other disciplines, archery, wheelchair rugby. But right now, here we go. Lift number 3, 61 kilos. Does she have it? She's still moving upward, almost there. Is she gonna get it? So close. There, and no.
She was not gonna give up though. Just to hold the weight like that for that amount of time.
That is undeniable spirit, a formidable tenacity that you love to see. She just had that Rottweiler just
like,
lock. I'm not letting go. I have this.
Oh, what an image right there. Sasha, 62 kilos will be her 3rd attempt. And you started talking about some of the, sports and the events coming up. Cycling will be tomorrow morning. We've got the road race, and then followed by the medals. And then we start the pool play for your favorite, wheelchair rugby.
I'm telling you, I'm a fan. Here we go. Attempt number 3, 62 kilos and golden. Will it be enough for a gold? We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the competition stacks out on their 3rd and final lifts. Just to remind all the viewers, here in powerlifting at the Department of Defense Warrior Games, each competitor gets 3 attempts. Once you set your weight, a successful lift will allow you to go onward and forward with that 2nd and 3rd attempt and go up in weight.
Okay.
So Lydia coming in.
So Lydia is part of the 73 kilo weight class. And this will be her attempt, her 3rd attempt at 74 kilos.
And taking the approach where she's got business to take care of. Behringer, you can see the intensity, physically wearing it. Okay, gets that command. Arched nicely, and yes! Clean lift on lift number 3, 74 kilos. Beautiful.
It's so good to see that, and it's just the reaction too. Knowing that, not only is she competing against, some of the other women in the field or whatnot, but it's that personal competition from within.
So much of this is, it's something for your team, something for your family, but what's great about just even the sport of weightlifting and powerlifting in this discipline is such a personal, just a personal journey to try to push yourself to your best.
All right, coming to us from Australia, it's Erin Brigden. This will be 84 kilos.
So a little confusion there on the command here. I think we're going to take a. So you want to get that, wait for that clean start command and the wrap command. So. Yeah.
So.
All right, so we'll move to our next competitor. I was a little confusion there.
We don't have a final score yet for Erin Brigden. When that's posted, we'll let you know exactly what happened for her. In the meantime, we'll move on to Brent Garlick. Garlick.
And we love to see this jump. Started with 85 kilos. Now he's in the 100-plus club at 103 kilos out of Vineland, New Jersey. And love the focus he brings.
All right.
Watch, once he gets the command, watch just how comfortable he is and the technique.
And then just want to confirm, though, that it was going back to Erin Brigden. We just got the score. They are counting it as a failed attempt on that 84 kilo.
Yeah, just even the wavering, even when you get that initial command, it needs to be that clean lift.
All right, third attempt for Garlick, 103.
Yeah, and with that, unfortunate for Garlick, couldn't get the 103. He'll rest on that 94 kilo, the second lift. But you can see the smile says it all. Every day is different, and when it comes to powerlifting, you never know when you're going to find that extra gear of power.
And we talked about this before. At events like this, in an atmosphere like this, you do find that next level that you never thought you could reach.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick Dayton from the Army, 110 kilos.
So we're looking for elbows nice and tucked to that 45 degrees from your side. Nice clean lift. Judging on what we've seen so far, should be able to make the jump to 110 kilos.
And he went, kilo difference. There, he's now stepped it up 8 kilos.
Pushing. Oh, and unfortunate for Patrick Dayton. Couldn't get the clean lift. But what we are seeing with the second field or second flight of lifters is they're really starting to push the limits here.
Yeah.
As a fan, I love to see, you don't want to see all 100% clean lifts. You really like to see competitors pushing themselves to that limit.
Well, that's what makes it so exciting to go from, you're not just doing this to, I know I can do this easily. No, it's really pushing yourself to the max.
Yeah. And what did we say about just the spirit? The Air Force fans, flags, banners, beards, braids.
Blue braids.
If you have a request for flair, I guarantee you Air Force has it checked. As Houston Thomas representing Air Force, kind of slowly, meticulous approach 104, then to 109, and now upping it just 2 more kilos. But he knows it's going to put him in the neighborhood to maybe find the metal hardware to put around his neck later. Here we go, 111 kilos, third final attempt. Very smooth so far. He's right there. He's right. Could not get it. So close for Thomas.
Yeah, so Houston Thomas will stick with that 109 kilo attempt on that second attempt. But we move on now to David Fuller from the Navy.
We've had so far, 4 unsuccessful lifts on the third attempts in a row. will we find gold here? 129 kilos for Fuller.
But what's interesting with Fuller is you just talked about, the last 4 attempts in that 80, the last 4 attempts have been failed so far. But Fuller came in with the first one being a failed attempt and then has improved since then. So
yeah, and the mental fortitude that puts into your tank. It's a little wind in your sails. I mean, you can see just the build, the strength on him. He is just sheer power and tapping into it right now for 129 kilos. Can he do it? A lot of these competitors going for a personal best. They're trying to get the wrap on that strap around those massive quads.
Okay,
so much strength there.
Yeah, he started out with 125. It was a failed attempt, came back, redeemed himself, and now 129.
What? That just happened.
And
unbelievable. Hold on, wait for it. Yeah. 2 flags. Yeah. He knows it. The crowds know it. Look at the expression on the face. It says it all.
What a performance.
Oh my goodness.
Again, David Fuller from the Navy. Now we still have one more competitor to go. That's Jordan Jones out of the Air Force.
Wow.
So Jones started out with 135 kilos, then a failed attempt at 143. So now he's got to go back and redeem himself at that 143.
Can Fuller take a page out of the book? Or I should say, can Jones take a page out of Fuller's book and then just find that validation on the last attempt, 143? You love to see that when these numbers, the kilos start to go northward.
But I have to say the energy in this room now, though, after seeing Fuller do what he just did. You've said this before. Can Jordan Jones tap into that?
Yeah, they definitely feel it, and you got that Air Force Navy little battle. Here we go, 143. Smooth, and no, it doesn't get the flags. A little bit of wavering. Like we said, you just dropping the bar down to the chest if there's any controlled manner, but it's all about then the sinking or the heaving of the bar, how you move it up. So unfortunate, but that is powerlifting at its finest.
Yeah, but you still have to look at that first lift with 135 kilos for Jones. So what a performance.
Coming up, the medal ceremony, but safe to say so far it has been just a visual feast of competition here on the first day of 10 at the Department of Defense Warrior Games. Tina, incredible back-to-back competition for both men and women.
Yeah, we are only 2 flights to go, but already seeing, yeah, you said it, the competition amongst the men and the women, but really just the competition from within against themselves, staying in their own lane. But guys like Fuller, Jordan Jones, really putting on a good show.
Well, as expected and as anticipated, the powerlifting over-delivering the good news for all the fans watching abroad as we have many more rounds of competition of powerlifting. But more importantly, we're going to be handing out the hardware here in Orlando, Florida at the ESPN Wide World of Sports complex. When we come back, the medal ceremony. Stay close.
medal ceremony for your women's 61 kilogram. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. James Herrera, Vice President, Physical Health and Wellness, Wounded Warrior Project. Army, Captain Hannah Wright. Silver medalist representing SOCOM, Major Mallory Morgan. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Marines, Chief Warrant Officer 2, Sasha Savage. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for women 1 kilo. Coming up next, women 73 kilo. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's 73 kilograms. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. James Herrera, Vice President, Physical Health and Wellness. Silver medalist representing Marines, Sergeant Lydia Behringer. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Australia, Erin Brigden. the 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the women's 73 kilos. Coming up next, the men's 80 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 80 kilos. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. James Herrera, Vice President, Physical Health and Wellness of the Wounded Warrior Project. Bronze medalist, representing Air Force, Lieutenant Houston Thomas. Silver medalist representing Navy, Master at Arms First Class, David Fuller. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Air Force, Senior Airman Jordan Jones. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for 80 kilometers. Coming up next, Flight C on the way. Coaches, you have 1 minute to change first attempts in flight number C.
Well, what a flight that was. I'm here with two of our gold medalists from Team Marines. I have Chief Warrant Officer 2, Sasha Savage, such a cool name. And from Team Australia, bringing home their first gold of Warrior Games as well, Aaron Brigden. Aaron, obviously we missed having Team Australia at the challenge last year. What does it mean for you to bring home the first gold? You guys traveled a long way. I know it's an emotional time for you. How are you feeling?
I'm really happy. Yeah, I'm very speechless, as you can see. To bring our first medal, I'm very proud. You know, it took us quite a lot of time to get here, and yeah, I'm still just lost for words.
Well, we can't wait to keep watching Team Australia compete. Oh, I got the caffeine too louds out here already. And then Sasha for Team Marines, also their first hardware of the Warrior Games. We talked about the other competitions that you're going to be in, a lot of individual sports. You said you really like that endurance and that mental toughness. Talk to us about how you utilize that to your advantage out here at powerlifting.
So I think the biggest thing is just trying to get better each lift and then pushing yourself, and it's your race, no one else's race, so just trying to be the best version of you. So
definitely. And what other competitions are you looking forward to competing in?
So I'll be doing track, rowing, and cycling, so excited for track.
We're excited to watch you. Erin, what else are you going to compete in during Warrior Games?
I've got the rowing, the swimming, and the field events.
Wow, well, definitely don't want to count these women out at all. Sasha, when we think about future competitions for you and Marines out here, what words do you have to say to your team?
Just try your best, believe in yourself, and you can do more than you think you can.
Definitely, super inspiring words. Erin, same question. What do you have to say to Team Australia, starting them off on some good, strong momentum?
Good luck, guys. And if you guys can just have a moment where you are like, oh my God, I'm so proud of myself, then that's a win.
I love that. Love that. Well, we'll let you both go catch your breath and celebrate with your teams. I know you've got some very excited people to congratulate you. And we will be back very shortly with our next flight, Flight C. We have lots of competitors in that one too. I want to say almost 20. So definitely going to have lots of action to check out there. Don't go anywhere because we have got much more powerlifting coming right your way. And caffeine.
Yes, indeed. We continue onward and forward here into Flight C, and the competition continues. We've seen a couple of firsts, some personal bests, some team bests, and some country bests with the first gold for Australia today already in the books, and we're going to see more battles ensue here in Flight C. Tina, like we said, as expected, as we look at our Flight C class, a lot of representation, another Kirby Watts out of Australia, but SOCOM, really impressive charge from Navy and along with Armies and Air Force. We can't forget Air Force with the team spirit, and the amount of medals so far that they've accrued has been really impressive.
Oh yeah, the team spirit is, I think, what really, makes Warrior Games so special.
Yeah.
And we're just getting a glimpse of it today as we continue on throughout the week. We're going to see it more and more. Again, remember, this is just day one.
Well, I'm
of
going to keep hammering home too in wheelchair rugby. We talk about team spirit, Semper Fi, the Marine Corps. Like when we see their team spirit that they bring to that, that game and that competition, it's pretty unrivaled.
And wheelchair basketball.
Oh yeah, that too.
And then I'm going to add in sitting volleyball, and it just continues on and on and on. So again, one thing that makes this event so great is, seeing these athletes on the first day and then the last day, and just watching their stories evolve throughout the week and the medals that they have won.
Yeah, so if those of you that are new to powerlifting here at the 2024 Warrior Games, it's that ultimate test of upper body strength, a little different than you see like in other disciplines of weightlifting when you talk about clean and jerk and snatch. Very explosive approaches to weightlifting, but in the powerlifting competition at the Warrior Games, athletes bench press on a competition bench that is 3 feet longer than the typical bench. Couple reasons being that they do have that option to be strapped in either with one strap or two. Really relying on that sheer body strength and perfect technique of the press. So expect, like I said, a lot of personal best. You're going to see some returning competitors as well as, some people kind of new to the mix that really want to make their mark. So lots of excitement. You can see things readying for our class, and as we move to those the higher weight classes, that's where things get a little bit more, where it kind of like starts to settle in, where you're starting to do the math, and you're like, that is a lot of weight on the bar.
It's so much weight.
Yeah.
I've already been, remember, it's only in Flight C. We're just in the third flight here, and I've already seen weights where I'm like, wait, are they really going up that high? And it's still so early.
Well, as mentioned, Flight C still to come, and we will get to that as soon as our athletes take back to the arena here at the ESPN Wild World of Sports complex.
The fight I have burns inside of me.
they're very loud, and they want to make themselves heard. And SOCOM is just like, we're going to come out here and perform.
Well, maybe a little bit more innocuous, but nonetheless dangerous on the bench. And those of you new to the sport, loaded progressively. So once you set that first weight of 3, you need that successful lift to move onward and higher, and no problem whatsoever. Unfazed by 40 kilos or Basabe. So yeah, and then that's where the tactic comes in. You want to set that first weight in a zone you know you can build upon. And wow, Angela Harris representing Navy, she's feeling it. Getting behind the crowd getting behind her out of Savannah, Georgia. I'd love to see the smiles getting caught up in the revelry here. There's not just the competition, and as we talk about every Warrior Games throughout the week, we're really gonna kind of unfurl and peel back some incredible stories with these competitors about their journey, about their families, and about their mindset, and what these games really have come to represent. And it's great to see that too, that mutual respect between all the divisions, between SOCOM, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard, and then to see countries like Canada, Australia, and UK come out. And it's means so much too to see Australians making the flight all the way to Florida here.
And not just the athletes, but the families themselves and the support. There's a lot of green and yellow in the stands here.
Okay, so once again, jumping back in, 42 kilo approach on her first of 3 lifts. She's successful on this. She can move that weight skyward. A good lift. You have to wait for that start command, the rack command, follow that order.
And it sounds simple to follow that order, but you really, when you get down there, you really have to do that. And, a lot of anticipation. You don't want to jump the gun too fast. You want to make sure that you hear and do everything in the right steps.
Well, you'll see, too, a lot of different approaches with these competitors. These wounded warriors, they come in. Some come in with that really, fast and furious, and some really take their time. We talk about that arch back, locking in the shoulders, head flat on the bench.
So
she wants to make sure that she can hear that command, and you have that option to get strapped in with either 1 strap or 2, and that really will dictate kind of that the torque that you can get on a normal bench press. You would, or should I say, a different type of bench press approach. You'd have the legs on the ground, and you would try to create that tension. Also, another place you're getting tension is that grip on that bar.
So you look at this, and you were talking about the upper body strength, but how important is core strength as well, in addition to just that upper body.
Huge, and we're about to see it pay some dividends there. So 42 kilos. And Sabe our second lifter of the group, she set her next lift at 50 kilos. So a 10 kilo jump, and that's something that Tiffany Clark, who we just saw successful at 42, she's going to want to try to one up, but she doesn't want to set that level too much. So she'll have a window as we move to Storm Oliver, representing the Navy, starting at 53 kilos.
So Master at Arms second class, out of Oklahoma. Storm Oliver. And she's in the 86 plus kilo class.
But getting back to your question, I mean, there's so much that goes into it. Clearly, it is such an explosion. It's an ultimate test of upper body strength, but technique, there's a lot of things. We talk about thoracic, that, and getting where that bar sits over. You want to really utilize the lower part of the chest. You don't want to be too vertical. You want to be just out in front where you can really capitalize.
Oh, and that was a good lift for Storm Oliver to start with. 43 kilos, and she made that one look easy.
So yeah, as expected, Besabe, she saw the jump with the previous setting of that second lift now. So we'll have to, I'm still waiting on Storm Oliver, what she's gonna set for her second lift. Rama coming up, she's just at the 50 kilo mark.
And now we go another Navy athlete, Giselle Rama, for 50 kilos.
And from Santa Rita, Guam. And yeah, as expected, I just said, Besabe setting her second lift now, so she'll have to come back, jump up 10 kilos to battle Storm Oliver's set 45 kilos. So this is where the tactics and knowing that you can pull off on competition. Here we go, lift number 1, gets it. Successful on her first lift, Rama. Whopping 50 kilos. So, yeah, she trying to keep that stoic approach, but then she couldn't. I mean, the Navy fans just a little too much, and she broke character there.
It really was. She was so cool, calm and collected. She's like, no, I'm not going to smile.
A little caught up in the vibe here at the Warrior Games.
All right, from Team Army, Berenice Carmona, going for 52 kilos. See if the specialist can perform on this first attempt.
Hailing from Hinesville, Georgia. See, waiting for those, wait for that start command, then the rack command. Everything has to be in that order, follow procession. Sliding the headspace down there. Utilizing that breath. There we go, gets the command. Clean, clean.
No problem.
Sparkling press right there. Wow.
And you can hear the Army cheers in the background.
You've noticed too, as we get into the second and then those third lifts, it just gets a little bit louder with each weight class here. The weights get higher, the noise gets higher.
So Master Sergeant Kamaya Casillas.
On her first lift of 3, you need to be successful to set that next lift. It's your best lift out of 3, but you need to move progressive through the order. Here we go. 59 kilos. Takes her time and pays off. A nice, slow, steady approach. If you were to hand out awards just on spirit, so far Air Force definitely taking top honors, but we're seeing performances from all the different divisions find their way to the podium so far. We mentioned Australia getting their first gold medal.
And
Games.
Here we have Melisteta from Honolulu, Hawaii, but I want to go back to 2023 Warrior Games. She was a big part of that and really made her presence known, you know, in events like the field and track, just other aspects of the Warrior Games, but it's great to see her back here.
Yeah, you love to see the crossover, and with that, Kojia, 61 kilos. And bringing a little aloha spirit. Big flower in the hat there. Good to see.
Chief Master Sergeant Andrea Inman from the Air Force. going for 63 kilos.
And incredibly successful round so far. Not one failed attempt.
And not just that, but really smooth lifts. Like very little wavering and a lot of confidence from what I'm seeing.
Once again, that slow, steady approach paying dividends. 3 white flags, a good lift, and Air Force just showing their ability, so strong, unstoppable.
Now moving on to Kirby Watts out of Australia. There are 2 Australian athletes in this flight. Kirby's in the 79 kilo class.
As you can see, there's a lot of protocol, a lot of procession, if you will. Once they get ready there, they wait for that command, which he just got, and then it has to be clean. Saw a little shift back, but was smooth and consistent nonetheless.
That final explosive movement, you know, it seems like you come down very steady, slow, smooth, and then you just have to have that final explosive movement. Just how critical is that part of the lift?
Well, I mean, like I said, the protocol, you need to follow everything on point of getting that smooth. You know, the bar has to be even, but yeah, on the way back, you can't stop and take a timeout too long and have that dipping of the bar. You know, the judges are, like I said, they're very, very critical, and they're very, very precise in what things need to be. You have to just check all the boxes, and to get that, you know, 3 white flags, it's no easy task when you're pushing numbers that you're just obviously just at the limit.
Sergeant Corin Englishthal from the Marines, 71 kilos on this first attempt.
Wow, and a good lift again. Going flawless in this Flight C round. And the first lifts of 3. But something to really note, you'll see it come up, is where they select their second lift. They've seen what's been set from the previous competitors, and should they really be focused on finding that podium, they need to do so by really staying in step and hitting their maximum weight here. Liz Campos out of Surprise, Arizona, retired. See coming in, but it's interesting. You just even the approach to the bench, you can.
And
everyone's got a different, kind of.
This is a huge start for her.
Okay. I believe she's opting out for the other bench.
Okay.
The weight. So yeah, she's. Campos starting off at 79 kilos. We just saw previous lift at 71, then set at 75. So she's starting already at a higher amount here. Obviously knows it's in her comfort zone initially. How much do you want to push on that first of 3 lifts? You know you need to keep it progressive. Nice and arched, locking in those shoulders. Okay, and the rack command. Yeah, oh, does she get it? Yeah.
And there's the white flags.
A little bit on that right arm, you saw a slight dip, and that's, sometimes if that persists a little bit more, yeah. but definitely just push through that. So 79, she'll build on that. And the tactics continue. Taylor Probst out of Houston, Texas.
So from Team SOCOM, we're moving on to this 97 kilo class. Out of Houston, Texas. Petty Officer second class will go for this first attempt at 84 kilos.
Special Operations Command. These also include active military service members and veterans with visible and invisible wounds, going head-to-head in a series of adaptive sports. That is the Warrior Games, and that's what we love so much about the competition. As, wow, just not even, like, walk in the park for Probst.
So it'll be interesting to see where he sets this next weight at, because that just, he made that look so simple and easy for him. How far up does he push it? All right, next up, Jade Martinez from the Marines, Sergeant in the 86 plus class, will be going for 87 kilos.
So tapping into a little Semper Fi here. And Martinez, she's right in that zone right now. If we look at this class at 84, definitely good position. Should she be successful here and then build on it. Just looking at the ease of some of the previous lifts, previous competitors. Here we go. 84 kilos, nice, quiet, steady, gets the white flags.
And that was an impressive lift for the sergeant.
Yeah. You see so many of these wounded warriors come in, and you know that they are lifting. You know, they're trying to find their personal best, but they know that how much their team is relying on them. At the end of the day, when the dust settles, at the end of this 10 plus days in Orlando, here at the 2024 Warrior Games. You know, medal count matters. they definitely, you know, love the bragging rights that come along with that.
Yeah, Jackson Williams, we saw at 2023 at the Warrior Games back in Coronado and San Diego, and it was such a, you know, my first introduction to him was actually at the field competition. But he will be going for 115 kilos here. Wow. He's in the 97 weight class.
Unbelievable. Wow, Jackson Williams. Woo.
So yeah, the staff sergeant starts off very strong at this Warrior Games.
Just letting the moment soak in right there. Yeah, having a little moment, take it all in. And but you bring up a great point, is that just the crossover. I mean, the sheer talent with these competitors, how many disciplines they compete at. Some are doing triple, quadruple duty here at the Warrior Games. It's like where the schedules almost cross over. We saw it with, I think, wheelchair rugby, and then on track, and then it was just.
Then it was wheelchair rugby to wheelchair basketball, and then finally people were like, I gotta sit an event out.
Yeah.
All right, for Lawrence Wilson, excuse me, from the Marines, 130 kilos since the benchmark high.
And, just 4 more competitors to go in our Flight C lifting order, and then we'll re-rack it back to the top of the order. Second lifts, remember, each competitor allowed 3 lifts. It is your best lift. You can only move progressively through your weights. You first select the weight, you stick to that, and you have and a lot of time to select your second weight should you be successful on that first lift. And it's about playing that tactical game, about knowing the abilities of your competition and how much you have, strength-wise, mental-wise, all things competitive-wise, to get as much weight on the bar and successfully lift it.
And manage your strength and manage your fatigue throughout the 3 lifts. So Jerry Millen, Team SOCOM, 136 kilos.
Okay. It's that command, and he'll get the white flags with his first lift. Saw for a second there, I was like, okay, a little bit of a stall, but he got the clean push through and finished nicely. So Jerry Milan, 136. As Jake Christie of Australia now hitting the 140 mark. Incredible. Over 308 pounds. Wow.
That's incredible.
Looking at 300 mark out of Brisbane, Queensland. And an already successful day for Australia. See that textbook arch back. Perfect technique right there. Wow.
Oh. So Jake Christie.
Yeah. Man. Lean, mean. Doing Australia proud.
Oh, that's great. Well, if you think you've seen a lot of weight earlier, this next competitor, 172 kilos, Chris Farrell out of the Air Force.
I'll tell you what, at 172, we're talking at that point, 379 pounds. Expect, if successful on this, expect more noise to come into the sports complex than we have heard all morning.
And the whole idea with this is they get 3 attempts, and the competition bar is loaded progressively from lightest to heaviest throughout. So this is his lightest.
Yeah. Just let that sink in as we refocus. Team Air Force, here we go. First lift of 3 for Farrell. Unbelievable amount of weight. Can he do it? Pass it. There it is. Wow. 1 for the books.
So Chris Farrell setting a very high standard. You can hear the cheers from Team Air Force and from the other teams as well.
Well, you remember him in San Diego, and he's come back bigger, stronger, and definitely down to do some serious business. That was so impressive. So impressive.
All right, well, we move back for the second attempts, and we're going to start with Angela Harris from the Navy. She started out with 42 kilos, stepping it up to 45 on this second attempt.
And those of you that are keeping track, flawless on the first lifts of 3. That's what's incredible to see. And how aggressive is each competitor going to be on this second lift? We've seen slight jumps, but then those that are jumping up 10 kilos, seen anything over about the 10, maybe 11 range. Maybe, actually a jump. Wow, okay. like a 30-kilo jump, yeah. So here we go.
And Tiffany?
Yeah, Harris successful on 45 kilos, her second lift. And moving into Tiffany Clark, representing Navy, also a 3-kilo jump. So kind of staying in step. We see Harris now setting her mark for her third lift, going up to 47. So be interesting if Tiffany Clark's successful on this 45 kilo. Does she then up the ante even more to battle Harris?
So Clark's in the 86 plus category class. The operations specialist second class, Tiffany Clark with her second attempt, 45 kilos.
Wait for everything to get strapped and getting comfortable and locking into that position. All the training right now comes into focus. Rack command and waiting for it. Waiting for it. Yeah, gets it, gets it. Little hesitant on that left side, but was able just to find the metal, the push. So great to see. Storm Oliver, representing the Navy, will now also try to match the two previous successful lifts at 45. And interesting, Clark, who was just successful 45, you saw her how she had to push through that. She just matched Harris's set weight of 47 on their third and final lift. So it's going to be a very, very tight battle when the dust settles on who is going to find their way to the podium. Very, very contentious Flight C lifting group here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of competitors in this 86 plus class. And again, you talked about it before, just that battle within and then also the competition amongst the others.
A little bit, but definitely was consistent. 1 reg, 2 red. So that is a no lift, unfortunately, for Storm Oliver. So our first no lift of Flight C.
So Storm Oliver will have to go and do another 45 kilo attempt on her third one.
And if you were watching closely, it was just that a little bit of the dip, even though it was consistently moving, it's that bar just dipping too much to one side. It gets to a point where you're not going to get the white flag.
Yeah, these judges really paying attention, making sure, like you said, that lift is steady all the way through with their different perspectives on the bench.
So interesting. Clark, who was so unfortunately attempt, but it will lock Sabe into that 50 kilo on her third and final. And Rama just upping 3 kilos on her second attempt. You saw Rama taking that real focused, stoic approach, and then the fans just getting into it. And she just kind of got sucked into the vibe here of the 2024 Warrior Games. Cracked a little smile, and then now she's back to business. 86 plus kilo class for the women here in Flight C. As mentioned, we'll be going right into the medal round after the third and final lifts, and then 2 more lifting groups for the day. This just the first of 10 days of competition of the Department of Defense 2024 Warrior Games. Here we go, lift number 2 for Rama, 53 kilos. It's the command. She's looking good as she gets the good lift.
Oh, and the smile comes a little bit earlier.
Spirits coming in. Yeah, she is feeling it. Feeling it. Great to see from Rama and for Team Navy.
Yeah. So we go from Navy
to Air Force. 61 kilos out of Kaneohe, Hawaii. Love that over there in Kaneohe. Great spot. Next to Kailua there. Beautiful spot on the windward side of Hawaii. So Casillas, 61 kilos, successful on 59. Oh, it looks like Carmona now on the bench. Yeah.
So that is Berenice Carmona from Team Army. And that was 63 kilos for her. So now we go to Master Sergeant Camilla Casillas out of the Air Force, and she's in the class 79 kilo, going for 61 kilos this round.
So let me just wax about Kaneohe again. But I do love Kaneohe. Sister used to live right there on the water. Chinaman's Hat. Beautiful, beautiful section over towards Waimanalo and the windward side of Hawaii. But great base there. I mean, if you could be stationed anywhere, I think Kaneohe would be my pick. And just a little discussion in terms about setup. Want to make sure we're following protocol here. And this is something that can kind of toy with your headspace. You want to keep everything quiet between the ears beforehand and just kind of stay on your regimen. A lot of people have too, a lot of superstition going into their approach when they get on the bench. But a little bit of discussion right now. We want to make sure, like I said, all protocols are being checked. Team Air Force, a very, very focused approach. They do have actually time limits in terms of when your name, weight, class is called. So I we'll kind of dive into the details as we get information here. But you can see a little confused there as Casillas making her way off. So we'll figure out what's happening there as we are still in the midst of powerlifting competition here at the 2024 Warrior Games. And it looks like Casillas might be relegated and forced to move on to her third and final lift. I'm not sure if they're going to give her a weight or if there might have been a confusion on what weight was established and what she was going to be coming in at. So it looks like there's going to be an adjustment of what was on the bar. So initially we had going from 59 kilos to 61. There might be an adjustment there. And this is, I mean, as a competitor, Tina, this is where you really have to stay calm, not get caught up into what's going on. You can see the headset instantly comes on. She wants to just get in her pregame zone.
It takes a lot to get into that pregame zone. It really does, to get your mind into the competitive focus and then to have it disrupted. And now she has to get back into it.
And you got to ask yourself, what's on the headset? For me, it'd be Motorhead, maybe a little Fugazi.
I was expecting Taylor Swift.
Oh no, I'm not a Swiftie by any stretch. Here we go. So,
all right, Camilla Casillas from the Air Force, now on the bench, going for 61 kilos.
Sometimes too, this can get, you know, it can play to your benefit. It almost makes you a little frustrated, get a little extra wind in your sails. So we'll see. So it's 61 kilos. Brings it down very smooth and up. And that's going to be, oh wow, okay. Interesting.
So it to me, Pat, it looked a little lopsided on one end, just slightly.
And that's why, perspective-wise, you have judges on both sides. But she's gonna shrug it off and move on to her third and final lift. But it will relegate her to that 61 kilos. I know she wanted to build on that. I would say strength-wise, she definitely can. But unfortunately, she's locked into that 61 kilos as Kirby Watts, lieutenant out of Queensland, Australia, shooting for 68 kilos, taking that 3-kilo jump. And a good lift.
And there's those white flags.
Really impressed with the strength of Team Australia that we're seeing here in Orlando. Definitely having their presence be known on day one is going to be interesting to see in the other disciplines if they're just as represented. But already getting a gold medal. As you can see, the rest of the teams, they can feel the heat and they can feel the success with all those previous successful lifts. Looks like Watts is going to set, Kirby Watts, who we just saw, the Australian, setting her third and final lift at 70 kilos. So Inman right now, Andrea Inman for the Air Force, should she be successful at 69, then she can definitely challenge the likes of Watts with that 70. Really watch how comfortably she executes this. If it is, then she's definitely, you're going to see her definitely up that level on the third and final lift.
And the athletes can choose either 1 or 2 straps. Has to be between the knees and the waist or below the knees.
You can see they really took their time. Gets the good lift, but really took their time on that rack command. You worry for someone that's got to sit there for a little bit of time, but great to see the smile from Inman there as she left the bench. It just says it all.
And now Melisete from Team Army.
Also coming out of the 808, Honolulu, Hawaii, Melisete.
Yeah, and the corporal is a very, very talented athlete. Not only in powerlifting, we can expect to see her throughout the week in other disciplines.
Breaking that 70-kilo mark, 72 kilos on the bar right now. No problem whatsoever. So 72 kilos. And we expect on her third attempt to go a little bit higher. I should point out, Inman set her third lift at 71 kilos. So as I told you, will definitely be, I'd say like the 73, 75 kilo range.
Okay, Sergeant Corin English, Intal, from the Team Marines. She's in the 86 plus class, and she has set her weight at 75 kilos.
So a decent jump, 4 kilo jump from that first lift. And you can see really earning that one.
Oh, yeah.
A well-deserved good lift. You can see the fist pump and all.
Yeah, when you say earning it, she definitely did on that one. There was not so much wavering, but just some like, I gotta do this, I gotta do this. And then finally that explosive movement at the end to get that lift.
Sheer determination.
All right, Liz Campos from Team SOCOM. We saw her in 2023 at the Warrior Games in San Diego. And she has set her weight at 80 kilos.
So just a 1 kilo jump.
And that's a good lift for Team SOCOM and Liz Campos. She will now set her weight for the third attempt. But next up, Sergeant Jade Martinez in the 86 plus class at 94 kilos.
Just shy of the 100 kilo mark. Martinez, I'm going to really be watching here what Campos, our previous lifter, what she sets for her third and final lift, because I feel like she just wanted to get that clean win.
Yeah, well, she only went up 1 from lift 1 to 2, 1 kilo. So does she go up? She's got to go up more than just 1, I would think.
Here we go, Martinez. Clean lift for her as well on lift 2. So successful at 94 kilos. As now we start to hit the 100 kilo mark. As you can see, Taylor Probst starts making his way out to the bench.
Yeah, so now we move on to the 97 weight class. There's 6 competitors in this class. And the weight so far has been 172 kilos that's been lifted.
Yeah, which is 379 pounds if you're doing the conversion. Those of you that are metrically challenged, 379 pounds will be getting to those weights. But right now, 104 kilos on the bar.
Now, I just want to point out, we were talking about Liz Campos, what she would set her weight at. So she went to 79 to 80, and then she jumps up 7. So Liz Campos will make that an 87 attempt.
Yeah, forcing the hand of Martinez. Now Martinez setting her weight at 100 kilos for her third and final lift. But right now, it's all about Probst. 104 kilos on the bar. Waits for the call. Here we go.
No problem.
Yep. And with that, Probst well within the hunt here, building. He made that jump. We talked about a big jump, made a 20 kilo jump to go to 104 kilos. And I think we can expect, based on the confidence, how smooth he was on that, a massive jump is what he sets for his third and final lift.
Yeah, and Jackson Williams, we really need to keep our eyes on him from Team SOCOM. He jumped up 15 kilos, 115, and now will be attempting 130 kilos.
Incredible day of competition here in Orlando. Want to take the opportunity also to thank all of our volunteers, so many volunteers to make Things happen here at the 2024 Warrior Games as we now approach 130 kilos. Yep.
That was nice.
Completely waxed it perfectly. Wow. So 130 kilos, and you love how he just takes it all in. Those serotonins, everything's pumping at this point. You try to feed on that and then get back in the headspace and say, I'm gonna come back and build on that 130 good lift.
So we'll see where he sets his third attempt at, how much he jumps up from that 130 kilos. But now we move on to Lawrence Wilson from Team Marines at 137 kilos is what this attempt will be out of Houston, Texas.
So just under about 297 pounds.
Start. Press.
Will he get it? He does. And a little bit, a sigh of relief there. You can see there was a moment, just a moment, albeit ever so slightly, you could tell. Be able to push through, and he did. So now we're really starting to see some jumps here in weight. 143 on the bar for Jerry Millen out of Pinehurst, North Carolina. Try to contemplate having that much weight on the bar above your body. I mean, everything in your body is telling you, why are you doing this?
Why?
Weight. Really taking the time on that command, but nonetheless, gets 3 wide flags, moves forward, that much closer to finding the podium. Jerry Milan grabbed the gold here today.
Yeah, and he's just acting like it is a walk in the park for him.
Really has that calm demeanor, like just heading to the store for groceries, but just, lifting,
We're talking about
weights,
another like calm demeanor.
Yeah, lifting in the 300s now of pounds.
So
Just incredible. Jake Christie out of Brisbane, Australia. He started off, his opening salvo was over 300 pounds at 140 kilos, and then jumped to 145. They're gonna give it to him. Waiting on it, no. Doesn't get the call on that one. Just a little bit of movement. He looks a little surprised, nonetheless.
I'm a little surprised too. I wish we had a replay, go back and see exactly what happened, but the judges did see something they didn't like. But talk about a lot of weight. Chris Farrell.
I mean, he is Chris Farrell's the Bo Jackson of the Warrior Games in terms of sheer ability in all different sports. You can see he definitely gets hyped up on the crowd. He loves the energy that that they give back to him. Watch him feed on that, and watch him as he goes for. Your ears aren't deceiving you. 181 kilos on the bar right now for Christopher Farrell. Air Force. The team looking extra solid this year in Orlando. Here we go. Should he be successful, will be the most weight that we have seen on the bar today. Slap on the chest doesn't get you amped, nothing will. Here we go. He knows he has it. Can he push through? Didn't really dip. They're not gonna, so close.
But so far,
Looked a little surprised. You know, it's interesting in terms of like the bar. He looks a little, you know, surprised. But you know, you can little conversation with the coach, but he was like, "I'll come back. He clearly has that in his his toolbox of abilities to do a weight like that, which is just staggering. That is just sheer strength right there.
well, you got to go back to that first attempt. It was 172 kilos. So that is nothing
379 pounds.
short of a lot of weight.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go back. This is the third and final attempt for these athletes in Flight C.
So we re-rack the orders slightly when there was a missed attempt on the second attempt. So we go back. Yeah. Just amazing when you see these weights start to get up there. Storm Oliver on the bench right now. Going to be attempting so 46 kilos on the bar. No, did not get the good lift on that. So, unfortunately for Oliver, relegated to the success of the first of three lifts at 43 kilos. And a little disappointed, but nonetheless, definitely trying to find that personal best. So great to see. We mentioned the families, but the team components here. The coaches do such an incredible job working with these athletes individually, finding their best route to get to their best weight. Half of it is it's such a mental game. And on the road to getting to these competition weights. You talk to these athletes, and it's littered with surprises. You surprise yourself what you're capable of. Looking at Angela Harris out of Savannah, Georgia, and Harris shooting for 47 kilos. She's been successful on her previous two attempts, 42, 45, and now upping 2 kilos. Feeling it once again. You have to love the spirit, the smiles. Talk about the protocol. Everything that has to be followed, they have to make sure that they hear those audio cues, the commands, the start command, the rack command, making sure everything is strapped in appropriately. They'll wait for that, communicate with the coach. And then they get that nice and smooth all the way down. No! Doesn't get it, unfortunately, after 2 successful attempts. Was going for 47 kilos.
And yeah. This third and final attempt, you know, for these athletes too, this is there's a lot of athletes in this Flight C. To have that time to wait to get back up there, how much does that affect you?
Well, there's the mental component that you want. You want as much time in terms of, because it's a cumulative, and you need that, you know, it's a refraction period that you're waiting for everything to kind of rebound.
Ooh. So it's almost better.
It can be, you know,
wait.
yeah, it can be. Tiffany Clark, also going for 47 kilos. As we are in the midst of Flight C lifting order here on the first day of 10. Department of Defense Warrior Games here in Orlando, Florida at the ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex.
So the Operations Specialist second class. 47 kilos for this third attempt.
A little bit of a wave right there, and it doesn't look like it's to be. You almost saw it right at the rack command.
Yeah.
Or in the start command, you saw just, there was a little bit, you could see a little bit of movement there, which kind of initiated, and it's stabilizing that bar. After that, it's hard to regain.
All right, we move on to Trisha Basabe from Team SOCOM. Now on that it was 50 kilos, so now she's going back, will attempt 50 kilos again. Try to get it on this third time around.
So a 10-kilo jump from her successful first lift of 40 kilos. And making sure judges have good line of sight. Here we go. Wait for the command. Oh, and it's called. Unfortunately, couldn't find the force to power through that for 50 kilos, so unsuccessful. 40 kilos were the best Basabe can do for the day. Rama trying to up her account by 3 kilos. And Rama been enjoying her spirit. And watching her prowess on the bench here as Rama, consistent so far. Can she maintain that momentum and find fruition on 56 kilos? Here we go, Team Navy. Trying to inch closer to the podium here. Pushing, 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 still there. And you see how she was stable and doesn't get it just so close, and she knows it was close.
Yeah.
It was just that hesitation. Oh, and good to see great sportsmanship there.
So this is interesting, Pat. The first 5 competitors in this third attempt round, they've all had failed attempts.
Well, and I want to see too, Casillas, as we saw, there was a little bit of confusion on the second lift as she comes in. Looks like attempting 63 kilos. She looked pretty fired up and a little surprised about how that unfolded. So I'd love to see her come back and just find the kind of that mental fortitude, and she definitely has the strength. I know it's there in the tank. Here we go. See us for the Air Force, 63 kilos. Can she find it? Really steady, no problem. That is what you hope for.
Especially after what happened in that second attempt.
You saw it in her eyes. You knew that she had it in there. And it's so great to see that validation coming back. And it's those little personal bests that make it all worthwhile. Beautiful lift from Casillas there. Kirby Watts wants to keep her name in the mix for a medal here today. She's trying to build on that Australian wave of success so far. Successful on her first 2 attempts, 65, 68, now is 71. Very steady. Oh, yeah, not to be.
Yeah. You saw that right at the very beginning of that push back up. Just a little off-sided. So Kirby Watts will have to settle for the 68 kilos that she attempted and accomplished in attempt number 2. All right, moving on to the Air Force. Andrea Inman. She will be attempting 72 kilos.
And just the general disposition of the Air Force team, it's definitely noticeable, very relaxed. But as soon as they announce next competitor, weight class, it's like game face instantly on. Really, really admire just the approach and the focus of Team Air Force. And that's really, it allows each of these competitors to be in that mindset. So just seeing collars being taken off here and just some adjustments on the bars. So adjustment on the weights, a lot of movement on the floor as 72 kilos. Here we go. So 9-kilo jump from her first successful lift. Watch that back, completely arched. Locking in the shoulders, getting that tight grip, creating that tension with the bar, almost a... It's like you're doing this row as the bar. There we go. There it is. An exalted Team Air Force.
Well, yeah, look at the reaction on the coach.
Coach almost took flight there.
Well, especially because that just setup took longer than normal.
Yeah. I mean, such energy.
A big accomplishment for Air Force, and now we move on to Team Army. Melisete Togia, 80 kilos will be her attempt. A very talented athlete.
Togia, a big jump from her initial 61-kilo salvo. 80 kilos on the bar, was successful at 72, so systematically, slowly but surely, inching her way up.
And in the 86 plus class, this will be the second heaviest weight attempted.
Wow. No, one red. Oh. Okay.
Okay, so one red.
Yeah.
One white. But she does get
got the two
pass, yes.
Yeah, 2 whites. So 2 white flags, 1 red.
You saw at the very end a little bit of slight off balance.
Waiting on the call to be official there. A little bit of hesitation on one of the flags, so we're waiting for that. Albeit unofficial right now, we'll keep you informed as we move onward with the competition.
Sergeant Corin Englishtal out of the Marines. She's also attempting 80 kilos in that 86 plus class. Her last attempt, the second attempt, was 75 kilos, so she's gone up 5.
Let's go, push it.
Okay, so official word coming in for Togia, representing Army, was successful on the lift of 80. She got 2 white flags out of 3, and that's all it takes to find success. So successful on the 80 kilos, she'll hold on to that amount. Unfortunately, Ingersoll unsuccessful on the 80 kilo as Campos going for 87.
And this is a big jump, Pat. If you
Huge.
look at the first attempt, it was 79. The second attempt, 80, only a 1 kilo difference. But now, 87 kilos, and this will be the highest weight lifted in the 79 class.
Start. Press.
Wow! She found exactly what she needed. Just electrifying performance there on her third and final lift. Campos goes clutch with 87 kilos on the third and final lift. So great to see. Jade Martinez now making the jump. We talk about those consistent slow builds, 87, then to 94, and then in that 6 kilo jump. You know, some playing the game where they want to start low and then make that bigger jump following the second. It's just knowing what works best for you as a competitor.
Start. Here we go. Press. There you go. There you go.
Another successful lift. This is great to see.
Yeah, and I mean, and not only a successful lift, but a lot of weight at 100 kilos for Martinez.
Yeah, well, and we saw interestingly enough, the start of the third and final lifts, we saw a lot of failed lifts. So I think it was almost like 5, 6 in a row.
Yeah.
And then you start to see a different flow. But this is where it's going to get just so interesting with now Taylor Probst attempting 113 kilos on the bar. As we go all the way down the last lift, Christopher Farrell going to be attempting 182 kilos.
Yeah, and so far Chris Farrell has had, he's lifted the highest weight in the 97 class at 172 kilos.
That's 379.2 pounds as Probst now, his focus is on the 113 kilo mark. About under 250 pounds. Lots of weight to contend with.
So there are 6 more competitors in this Flight C, and they are all in the 97 class.
So this is where that final lift means everything. Here we go. A little bit of a bounce. Will they give it to him? Yes. So a good lift On 113, I didn't know. I mean, it was just a slight, albeit slight bounce on the chest, but you never know. They're holding these competitors. So now, Lawrence Wilson attempting 141 kilos. That's just over 310 pounds. So, making a quick adjustment, some conversations, and a little bit of discussion on the floor, making proper adjustments, and out comes Lawrence Wilson representing the Marines. 141 kilos will be the third and final attempt, as he knows what's been set for the competitors after him, and he also knows what's been set before. Just had a successful lift ropes at 113. Wilson was successful at 137, so he knows he's right within that zone of accomplishment. You can just assess from the body language, very focused, trying to get into that headspace. Just making sure everything is right, just exactly where you're taking the bar. Completely arched up, shoulders locked in. Oh! Ah! Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunate. Just it's that subtlety. You could tell just where the bar was sitting, like fore and aft, and getting that. Sometimes if you rush into it, it works to your benefit, and sometimes it can work against. But you knew right from the get-go, the second after the start command, you knew it was slightly off.
Yeah, it just goes to show how precise you need to be. All right, let's go to Jackson Williams from Team SOCOM. 143 kilos is what he will be attempting here.
Anything over the 300-pound mark makes your head spin a little bit. This is going to be impressive because Williams has been successful 115, then made the 15-kilo jump to 130, and now does a 13-kilo jump to 143. So we know he's in territory that obviously he thinks is, within that wheelhouse.
Yeah, and the reactions that he has had post his two previous attempts have been fantastic. He takes a minute, just absorbs it, realizes what he's doing here, and then comes back and adds more weight on and succeeds.
This is a big lift for Team SOCOM and for Jackson Williams. It's very, very smart, making sure everything is exactly how it needs to be. You can see that arched, chest up, shoulders back, locked onto that grip. Wow. Whoa! So close.
You could tell he wanted that one.
One might resonate a little differently. The two previous successful lifts for Jackson Williams definitely has to hold his head up high. He'll sit on that 130, successful for 130 kilos for Jackson Williams. Jerry Milan now going for 151, was successful at 136, 143, and now in the 151 range. Which is crazy, as we'll have Jake Christie follow that with an attempt at 151. And the last lift of this group, Christopher Farrell, will be going after 182 kilos. Your ears don't deceive you. 182, going to be that much weight on the bar.
So if Jerry Milan gets this at 151 kilos, that's good enough for a medal here in the 97 class in this Flight C.
Yeah, it's really, really going to be relying on how these last 3 lifts go for the class and see how the podium finishes here. Here we go. Milan with the most weight we've seen so far, 151 on the bar. Taking his time, maybe, oh, can't get it, so no for Milan, potentially leaving the door open for the Australian Jake Christie, who will be next up, trying to go after 151 kilos.
So this is interesting, though, because Jake Christie on that second attempt, it was a failed attempt at 145 kilos. So now on his third attempt, he's going for 151.
And I think he, remember, so don't forget just his reaction after the failed lift, the signaling. He was a little, you know that he has it in him, but does he have an extra, what, 6 kilos just to throw into the mix? Because he knew that he was he had to match Milan, and this is where the tactic and this is where, the one-upmanship comes into. Here we go, 151 kilo for Jake Christie. Team Australia, here we go. Patient, does he have it? He does, what?
And there!
Team Australia going clutch yet again. Casual, cool, collected, and strong as ever. Jake Christie.
And there you see those white flags.
Very, very confident Christie, setting the bar so high, capitalizing on Milan's inability to get that 151 above the head. But here we go. The most weight we have seen all day. Unsuccessful at 181, comes back for 182. Christopher Farrell for Team Air Force. Talk about his uncanny ability to play so many sports. I think I called him the Bo Jackson. You know what? It's an 80s reference. Don't mind it, but it means he's good at a lot of sports. Farrell, definitely an incredible athlete on so many levels, and it's great to see his prowess and his ability and just his force with the powerlifting here today. You have to believe that Christopher Farrell has this in his grasp. Can he get 182 kilo on the bar, looking for the good lift? Patient on that. Believe in the impossible. It just happened right there. An exalted Christopher Farrell found exactly what he needed. Setting a record 51. Are you kidding me right now? Incredible. 182, 151 on the bar, then comes back with the 182 to answer the call. And this is Powerlifting Tactics 101.
Well, especially after that second failed attempt, he comes back, steps it up a kilo, and does that type of performance.
It's the chess game at its finest, and as we've seen here in Flight C, no shortage of drama. Some successful attempts, some elated fans, family coming out in force. Team Australia once again finding the flow and the fortitude of Christopher Farrell cannot be denied. The good news is we've got all the hardware to hand out. That's right, full medal ceremony following that, even more powerlifting here from Orlando and the ESPN Wide World of Sports complex when we come back to the Department of Defense Warrior Games right after this. Stay by.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Mike Owens, Director of Adaptive Sports Wounded Warrior Project. Bronze medalist representing Army, Specialist Berenice Carmona. Silver medalist representing Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant Andrea Inman. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing SOCOM, Chief Gunner's Mate Liz Campos. The 2024 Warrior Games medalists. And ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude the medal ceremony for the women's 79 kilo. Coming up next, women's 86 plus. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's 86 plus kilos. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Dr. Peter Tan from Casa, Florida. Bronze medalists representing Marines, Sergeant Corinne Inglissenthal. Silver medalist representing Army, Corporal Meliste Togia. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Marines, Sergeant Jade Martinez. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for your women's 86 plus. Coming up next, the men's 97. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 97 kilos. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Colonel Foster, Sergeant Major Gruber. Bronze medalist representing SOCOM, Master Sergeant Jerry Milan, not present. Silver medalist representing Australia, Jake Christie. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Air Force, Technical Sergeant Christopher Farrell. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the men's 97. We got Flight D coming up left. More powerlifting on the way. Your Department of Defense Warrior Games.
Give it to me now, huh? Well, I woke up in a changed pace. Felt so good, didn't know my name. Ay, 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 I think I smell smoke.
We are back underway with Flight D, lifting order of the powerlifting competition here at Department of Defense, Orlando, Florida, at the ESPN Wildwood Sports Complex. And so far we've seen some personal bests, a couple of records. Interesting performance with Australia. And interesting, I mean incredible performance as we look at another Australian, Luke McCallum. 25 kilos on the bar for his 88 kilo class.
Yeah, so this is Flight D. After this, we will have one more flight, Flight E. But in this flight, there's actually 4 Australians out of the 12 competitors. So the most Australians that we've seen in a flight yet. But yeah, they have really put on a good show, and we've seen some great athletes from them, some great fan support. Also, a lot of green and yellow here at the venue.
Saw a gold medal for Australia, and in the likes of Jake Christie finding the podium just behind Christopher Farrell, breaking a personal best there. Just incredible to see those weights on the bar as Emily Leahy, 40 kilos on the bar. Just to remind all the viewers, 3 attempts are given to each competitor, and can only go upwards from that first attempt. No moving backwards. You're allowed 1 to 2 straps according to your preference. So Leahy gets the clean lift right there. So first one of 3 in the books. And she looks ever so relieved after that. Making the trek all the way from Australia. All the divisions, the branches of the military here in the US, along with a couple Canadians in the mix, Team Australia and then a Team UK, depending on the discipline. Corrine Hamilton out of Tampa, Florida. Corrine's going to be setting the bar at 55 kilos. Different approaches, different individuals as we work our way down to the heavier weights. I mean, what we witnessed just with Christopher Farrell was just staggering. Non-human strength.
Yeah, and I would anticipate it getting a little bit higher in terms of weight, moving forward to these next 2 flights. But yeah, Chris Farrell, just so impressive.
They'll wait for that start command into a rack command. A little bit of a dip there, but nonetheless gets the white flag. So at the end, you want that good lift signaling. 3 white flags from the 3 officials watching for so many things going on. They have to make sure that they are listening to the verbal commands. Can't start before the start command and ending before the rack command. Qualify the lift, dropping that bar down to the chest in an uncontrolled manner, bouncing, sinking, or heaving the bar, uneven extension. All these factors come into play in getting that good lift. 2 flags out of 3 will suffice to move onward and forward for a good lift.
So moving on to Sergeant Sita Perales out of the Marines. And she will set a high mark at 58 kilos.
And yet another successful lift on the books. 4 in a row. Interesting to see too on this weight class. We're going to see a little bit more, taking things a little bit more conservative on that first of 3.
Yeah, the jump in weight has been interesting. Some people choose 1, 2, and then they significantly jump up between that second and third attempt. Here we have Gabriel Lomas out of Team SOCOM, 65 kilos for his first attempt.
Good crowds so far here all day. Come out early morning, show their support on the first day of 10 for the Department of Defense Warrior Games here in Orlando, Florida. Once again, 65 kilos on the bar. Lomas also successful.
Yeah, the senior, there's some red flags.
Oh, looks like it just, and a call a bit too early. So a chance for redemption on his second and third lift. Saw a bit of a bobble at the beginning of that, so some deductions there. Justin Mathers, representing Army, coming out attempting 68 kilos out of Dallas, Texas. I have to say too, just starting with the powerlifting, great way to kick off the Warrior Games. Everyone pumped up in a perfect way.
Yeah, especially as we move throughout the week. I mean, you look at the number of events that these athletes are competing or have the option to compete in, and most of them do multiple sports.
For Mathers, no problem on 68. Breezed through that. Very relaxed.
So we'll go back to the women. For the Marines, Crystal Fletcher. And she will attempt 70 kilos.
At a Reading, PA. Fletcher. Definitely just because of that higher kilo count, yeah, finds herself in the middle of the flight group. Definitely playing with the bigger weights there. Here we go. And as expected, no problem for Fletcher on her first attempt.
Yeah, expect big things from Crystal Fletcher here. For her first attempt to have accomplished 70 kilos already, keep a close eye on her, see what she accomplishes here on her next 2 attempts.
And, talk 70 kilos, just over 150 pounds. And Carrie Harth now pushing the 80 kilo plus 85 kilos on the bar. Flight D men's 88 kilo class on the floor. And gets the clean lift. Nigel Coots representing Australia, 90 kilos for his first of 3 attempts here. Quickly gets into it, wasting no time, a little slow on the rise. Nonetheless, 3 white flags will get him moving onward and forward. Chance to build on that and show Australians' intent on really making a mark here in Orlando. Another Australian next on the bench, Harley Dodds with 95 kilos. Gonna make a decisive jump in weight following that. 2 competitors following, 1 for Team Marines and 1 for Team Army, but 127 kilos coming up and 172 kilos on the bar coming up. That's just under 380 pounds, but right now, 95 kilos, 209 pounds. Awfully smooth there for Dodds. So much weight above his head. As now Team Marines will get an answer at 127 kilos. Moore, no stranger to this much weight out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Here in the men's looking to get 172 kilos on his first attempt at 3, a staggering 172 kilos. That's 379 pounds.
So to help put this into perspective, we saw Chris Farrell in that last flight with 182 kilos, and that so far has been the heaviest.
Yeah.
But that was on his third and final attempt. Now we're seeing Smith on his first attempt.
As an opener, it's
Go for 172.
So impressive. Here we go. Gets the command, takes his time. No, he doesn't. Gets right into it. Into it, and by doing so.
And he means business.
Decisively.
Jason Smith from the Army.
Wow.
172 kilos, just like that.
And taking some time.
And his second attempt will be 182 kilos.
So we look forward to that as we re-rack the order. Right back to the top of the group. Luke McCallum out of Australia, upping 3 kilos. So successful on lift number 2 for McCallum, 28 kilos. Moving on to another athlete representing Team Australia, Emily Leahy, now going for 45 kilos.
So Leahy is going up 5 kilos from her first attempt.
I'd like to continually remind those new to powerlifting, all competitors utilize the use of straps, either 1 or 2. It's up to their discretion. And you wait for your audio cues, start and the rack command.
Okay.
That clean, smooth lift, no dipping of the bar, no heaving, no bouncing on the chest.
Yeah, and it's precise. We've seen some lifts before where it looks like
Slight,
it would be a make, but
the
just,
ever like slight mistake, and then there's that deduction. You're
and
looking
then you
for,
see the red flag.
Yeah, 3 white flags, 3 officials, but you can move forward with 2 out of 3. Here we go. Leahy. Slight hesitation, but then cleans up nicely.
Yeah, that last movement from Leahy was really, really smooth. So 40 to 45. We'll see what she attempts on her third lift. But we move on to Samantha Perales out of the Marines. She's also in the 86 class. We have 4 athletes in the 86 class here in this flight. 8 in the 88 class here in Flight D.
And we'll be culminating today's competition with one last flight following Flight D, Flight E. And want to remind everyone, tomorrow cycling on the books, wheelchair rugby. We have Precision Air taking the stage as well. So, well, I should say wheelchair rugby and cycling. Here we go. And another good lift. Finding success on lift number 2, just trying to build, working your way up. And playing that game. Fellow competitors are doing, and how much can you challenge it within your weight class. Corrine Hamilton out of Tampa, Florida. She'll be going for 62 kilos. Only a 7-kilo jump from her first successful lift at 55. We'll wait for the call. All right. Right into it, a little quick. We'll see. Yeah, and she gets it. No, 1, 2. So no lift, unfortunately. You saw one getting the nod from one of the officials, but you know, it was just a slight. And we keep getting home just how perfect things need to be to get those 3 white flags.
So now we move on to Gabriel Lomas out of Team SOCOM. Now his first attempt, he was 65 kilos. It was a failed attempt, but now going for 70 kilos on this second attempt.
Just swinging for it, knowing what's at stake, and looking at the rest of the competitive field. So if he thinks he has it in the tank, you definitely have to dip into that.
Start.
Oh, wow. And he gets it.
And we see the white flags on that.
Yeah, very impressive. You saw how patient. There was a little bit of a hesitation at the beginning, and then him having to push through that. And I'm excited about this. Crystal Fletcher representing the Marines, 73 kilos. But it is impressive seeing failing. The fact that Lomas failed on the 65 kilos, comes back on the 70, and then he knows he's looking at the rest of the competitive field where they set it at 65, and you know, he knows he has to be within that window. He's looking good right now. But back to Crystal Fletcher, she looks in a very, very good flow right now.
Come on.
It's just textbook from her.
Yeah, just very, very comfortable.
Yeah. Confidence, strong.
Smiles for miles.
Smiles for miles.
And she wants the crowd making a little noise, feeding off that energy.
So Crystal Fletcher is the in the 86 class, and now we move on to the 88 class. And we'll start with Justin Mathers out of the Army.
So Mathers taking a decisive jump on his second lift here by 11 kilos. But he knows he has to do that. When you look at the rest of the field in the 88 kilo class, and It'll do. Successful on 92 kilos.
So now we move on to Nigel Couch from Australia. His attempt will be 93 kilos. His first attempt was 90 kilos. And it's great. We talked earlier about just the international field that's come over here, a big presence from Australia. And that is not a long or a short flight.
Wow. Oh. Could not get it. Maybe blame it on the jet lag. No. I have to say, I've been really impressed overall with the overall ability of Team Australia coming in hot on the first day of competition. Really challenging a lot of the field here, but tell you what, the likes of Team Air Force, SOCOM, Army, Air Force, Marines, we're seeing such a deep pool of talent. Harley Dodds now out of New South Wales. Hit 100 mark after being successful at 95 kilos. So 5-kilo jump. Straps are set. And with that, you can see it just, the decisive, confident approach to that. There was no wavering. Did not stop for a second. One continuous fluid movement. Let's keep our eyes peeled on what Dodd sets for his. This is really going to dictate how the podium shuffles out in this weight class. These last 3 lifts. Jumping up 3 kilos to 130.
So Harley Dawes will go for 107 kilos on that third attempt. But yeah, keep our eyes on Michael Moore right now from the Marines, 130 kilos. And then following him will be Jason Smith out of the Army, who will attempt 182 kilos.
That's just mind-numbing. Here we go. Yes, he gets it. 130 kilos. Team Marines. Now, Jason Smith, you can hear an audible roar here in the auditorium for Team Army. Flags are waving as they know what they're about to witness, an attempt at 182 kilos. And based on just the fluidity and the comfort that he had on that first lift, you have to think this is well within his range here.
Yeah, when you say comfort and you 172 kilos, which he did on his first attempt, and comfort in the same sentence.
Start! Press!
Unbelievable, wow. Witnessing a little history here in Orlando, 182 on the bar for Jason Smith.
And he almost made that look, in fact, he did make that look comfortable, so to speak. 182 kilos, that's what we saw from Chris Farrell earlier. That's the highest weight we had seen so far.
Breaking the 400-pound barrier with that lift. 401. Incredible.
So now third and final attempts for this flight. This is flight D. We still have one more flight coming up after this.
So Luke McCallum for Team Australia. 30 kilos. A little forward. And one no lift. Second, good lift. Moving on to another Australian. Looks like we got the lift on that. Leahy now going for 51 kilos. In the 86 kilo class. By the third lift, you can just imagine fatigue setting in. Trying to dip into that stamina, mental wherewithal, kind of push yourself. Find the weight needed to make the podium. And a good part of the Australian contingent have been standing room only here today.
Start. Rest.
Here we go. Oh, not to be for Leahy. Definitely had the crowd in her corner. You can see, nonetheless, exuberant. And she will sit with that 45 kilos, be the best she can do for the day. Samantha Perales, representing the Marines, that successful attempt of 61 kilos. She's going to play on that success and build on it with 4 more kilos on the bar. And like many in this flight, we've seen a lot of competitors just comfortable with each lift. Not too much wavering. No hesitation up to this point.
Start. Come on, push.
Wow. Whoa. Wow, Perales punches through and finds exactly what it took, or exactly what it takes to get the white flags. Very impressive, Tina. I mean, you can see it in the bar. It's screaming, get me up there. I want to go home. Back to the rack.
Yeah, Samantha Perales is really, she's just made everything, she's made it look fun, which is powerlifting fun? And she has made it look fun. In fact, so Corrine Hamilton, let's go back to the second attempt. She's also a very smooth competitor, but she did have a failed attempt that second one at 62 kilos. So now she's attempting 66 kilos.
Yeah. And that's just based on, she sees what Perales did at 65. She knows to play ball, needs to be in that 65 plus range.
Yeah, there's only one more competitor after this that's in the 86 class, and that's Crystal Fletcher.
Yeah. And she's already been successful at 73 kilos. Wow.
Wow. Going from a failed attempt at 62 and then making 66 look so simple.
There's so many subtleties and nuances that can go wrong in a lift, and you know you can come back. And it's one of those things where you come back and you see, it's like you're watching a different competitor.
And and to your point, exactly, Lomas is an example of that. You know, his first attempt, it was failed at 65 kilos. He comes back at 70. Just.
And now in 73. Yeah. Lomas out of Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that first no lift. Found validation in lift number 2 and trying to put a final stamp of success for him on this third and final lift.
Start.
Very close, but 1, 2.
So 2 reds and 1 white flag.
Unfortunate, yeah, for Lomas, and that just shows you how close. It was that hesitation, and then, you know, the climb back up, not as smooth as it could have been. And Crystal Fletcher upping another 2 kilos.
Yeah, and this will be the highest weight in the 86 class at 75 kilos. And if Crystal Fletcher can get this weight, I'm excited to see her reaction.
Yeah, it'll be, she'll be in gold medal contingency. Here we go. Whoa! Albeit unofficial, sealing the deal with that third and final lift. Crunch the numbers, but it looks like she definitely has sealed her fate for a podium finish here today. Just watch the spring in the step. She is very happy with that performance.
Yeah, all smiles for Crystal Fletcher, but we're gonna move on to Justin Mathers from the Army. So he went from 79 kilos on his second attempt all the way up to 93 kilos on this third attempt. He means business.
Well, clearly, like, then you have to ask, it's like each of these competitors are taking a little bit different approach, and they're leaving some padding, some elasticity to play with and challenge the other competitors. So taking his time, making everything is exactly the way it needs to be, straps and all. So they make the final adjustments. Mathers with 93 kilos on the bar. Nigel Coates matching that 93, so he knows how vital it is to get this final weight. Hefty jump. 14 kilos. Very focused in the eyes. $93 kilos. Oh, wanted it so badly. Unfortunately, Mathers couldn't muster it up.
But we'll see now if Nigel Coates out of Australia can do it. He had a failed attempt on the second one at 93 kilos. He's going to try and redeem himself with 93 kilos again. So can the Australian get that?
Yeah, and then you see as we go down the order, Harry Harth is going to follow with a 95 kilo attempt, 107, 132, and we'll finish with Jason Smith going after 186. Here we go. 93 kilos on the bar for the Australian. A little bit of a bounce. Just getting caught and can't get it up. So, interesting play of affairs here. Harry Harth, 92 kilos. Nigel, prior to that, 90 best lift on that first lift. Failed on 2 attempts at 93.
So we go back to Harry Harth out of the Marines in the 88 class.
Yeah.
Stepped it up 7 kilos from that second attempt.
Assistance from the coach, waiting for the call. Very interesting. Watch how quickly he gets into it. Big breath. Uses it. Goes textbook when he needed it most. Big lift there.
And Harry Harth had a good, just his progression from the first lift at 85 to 92 to accomplishing 95 kilos. Okay, the last 3 competitors in this flight. We're gonna start with Harley Dodds. 107 kilos is what he's going for, and then we're gonna move on to Michael Moore and then Jason Smith.
Yeah. So this is really going to dictate. We look at the successful Dodd's successful 100, going for 107. If he can find success here, he'll solidify that podium position, which he already has. That is going to bode well. Bode well for Dodds. So 107. Was already guaranteed a podium finish, it looked like, going into that.
But
now,
what an accomplishment for him. I mean, you could tell there was some hesitation on the judges' part too. They took their time to show those white flags, really making sure that he deserved that. But Harley Dodds will end up on the podium in that 88 class.
Yeah, So now Moore trying to make the 2 kilo jump. 132. Just ticking it up ever so slightly. See that slight movement towards the front of the chest. And just tapping into the power source there perfectly. Successful on 132 kilos. And now jumping to our final lift. And it is getting a bit raucous, knowing we're on the precipice of something very special here. 186 kilos on the bar, Tina.
And so far, the highest weight that we have seen has been 182 kilos. So this is 4 kilos higher than what we have previously seen from Jason Smith also, and earlier Chris Farrell.
Over that 400-pound threshold right now. You can just think about what it's like to have 400 pounds above your chest. Well, this is what it looks like. Here we go. Looking for a little history here. Wow. And we have it like that. Cementing his rightful place for the history books here at the Warrior Games.
There was no question. The way he looks right now, and when he got on that bench and then off the bench, there was no question in his mind that he was going to do that.
Completely determined, and has shot a lightning bolt through the U.S. Army fans, everyone to their feet. And what an incredible lift. Making such history with explosive weights, unbelievable performances. And like I said, making a little history in the process, breaking that coveted 400-pound threshold mark here today in powerlifting. When we come back, we'll hand out the hardware for Flight D, and following that, our last and final flight, Flight E, still to come here from Orlando, Florida, and the Department of Defense Warrior Games right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's 86 kilos. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mrs. Tammy Fisher, Fisher House Foundation. Bronze medal, representing Marines, Sergeant Samantha Perales. Silver medalist representing Army, Specialist Corinne Hamilton. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Marines, Gunnery Sergeant Crystal Fletcher. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the women's 86 kilos. Up next, the men's 88 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 88 kilos. Please welcome the medalists. Will be by Sergeant Major Wright, U.S. Marine Corps Wounded Warrior Regiment. Bronze medal, Australia, leading seaman Harley Dodds. Silver medalist representing the Marines, Staff Sergeant Michael Moore. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Army, Sergeant Jason Smith. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the men's 88 kilos. Coming up next, our final flight of the day, Flight E. Put your hands together for all the athletes out here.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Yeah.
because we all love.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Orlando, Florida, here at ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex, site of the 2024 Department of Defense Warrior Games, as we have the final flight of lifters here for powerlifting. And this is the batch of the heavy hitters, Papa along with Tina Dixon, as we get ready, as our last group takes to the competition floor. And we have saved the biggest, the baddest. When I say biggest, I mean every bench opener is going to be 200 pounds plus, starting with their openers at the 100 kilo level. So Tina, we started to get amazed when we started getting into those kilo levels, but we expect the lift going to be in the ballpark of 357 pounds. So expect to be amazed at how much weight we're going to see lifted in this last class.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to start out with Brett Lewis out of Australia. 100 kilos is what he is starting out with.
And keep mentioning one of the great stories, surprises, and underdog stories, if that is the way that Australia has come into this first day of 10 days of competition of the Warrior Games and really made a name for themselves in the powerlifting, already found the podium 2 times, one of those being a gold medal. So great performances throughout the Australian team, but they're definitely being challenged by the best. Air Force, SOCOM, Navy, Air Force, Marines. A lot of talent here to challenge Australia, as Lewis now going for 100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds. And has that well within his comfort zone. B to the chest, lots of applause. And these Australian fans giving Air Force fans a run for their money.
You will always get a lot of excitement from the Australian fans.
Oh boy.
Like, how long is that flight? We don't care, we're going.
Oh yeah, David Gollin now starting his opening salvo, 130 kilos. That is, that is moving up there. So he made an adjustment. Initially, he was gonna come in at 100, and he's upping it. He did an audible. You have that last chance just before competition starts. So initially, he was right at the 100 mark, and then just upped it by 30 kilos. So just to remind the viewers, each of our competitors here in all the classes, whether it be male, should they have a fail, you can never go reverse weight. You have to be progressive with your weight here in the midst of the 107 plus kilo class. Wow. Decisively showing some dominance on the bench there for Gala.
And just like that, with that first attempt, 286 pounds is about where that
where it lands. If give or take a lot of lbs, a lot of kilos. Team Air Force, as we've seen, their presence has been seen here today, not just in spirit but in abilities on the bench. And a chance to answer here as Philip Anderson going for 143 kilos, 315 pounds. So chance for Air Force. Shoot across the bow here, the rest of the competitors. So much weight. And showing he has a rightful place here at this year's Warrior Games. So calm. Might have broke one bead of sweat on that. So impressive.
And we move on next to Team Army, Stephen Bortle. He will be benching 143 kilos. And again, when you convert that to pounds, about 315 pounds on this first bench. So, and to think, Pat, this is just the first day. Our first introduction to many of these athletes.
Yeah, just incredible to see this level. I mean, when we're talking about these weights now in the final flight E, you know, 300 pounds, you know, when we're talking in that ballpark of 130, now 143, we're talking about a refrigerator, lifting a refrigerator above your head. That's what we're talking about weight-wise. So gets the clean call on that, and wait for it, it's gonna be yes.
So a good start for Stephen Bortle out of Team Army.
143 kilos.
That's a lift.
So impressive. So beyond what, a refrigerator, a pool table. I'm just putting in perspective.
We're gonna add all the other stuff.
Upright piano.
A gorilla.
Full-grown gorilla would be about, give or take, a couple pounds. So
you might get some pushback from that. All right, Sergeant Garrett Corbett, we're going back to the Air Force, Team Air Force, 147 kilos. Yeah, this is remarkable when we look back at, you know, the first flights, and everything has been impressive, and then this last flight, Flight E, the numbers are just astounding.
It's astounding, but still don't lose sight of the tactics. The gameplay is still the same in terms of knowing your space, knowing how elastic you can be with those weights. As we see right here, you'll wait for that audio call, start command, into the rack command.
Oh.
And that wide grip there, just locked and loaded.
Yeah, when you talk about the strategy and the tactics of it all, it remains the same throughout. Just a little bit more weight.
The weights when they get a little bit more daunting, and we kind of start to break it down, you're like, wow. But it's still just as tactical, still as competitive. And it's great to see too. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here this year. You know, in San Diego, we saw in so many different sports, and to see the crossover in powerlifting, we'll see a lot of these competitors in wheelchair rugby, wheelchair basketball, the row event as well. That's just where you have to tap into beast mode and just accept pain as your friend.
And each discipline is different. There's not a lot of crossover between the two in terms of, you know, powerlifting.
Yeah.
It's a different skill set than wheelchair rugby, so to speak.
151 kilos on the bar. Bob Mose. And no problem whatsoever. Wow. So, Semper Fi, definitely finding the flow. Team Navy has something to say about it, matching previous lift for 151 kilos. And looks like Bob Mose setting his next lift just 3 kilos above that, matching Garrett Corbett of Air Force. So Their second lifts of 3 are going to be in the 154 kilo category. But can Michael Best join the ranks of the 150 plus club here? See that arched back, trying to lock in those shoulders. That nice, comfortable grip and creating that tension on the bar, using it to your advantage. Slow and steady. Yeah.
And that just looked so smooth and
nice
fluid.
nice and deliberate with the angle too. Something that really stood out.
Yeah, throughout that entire press. So now we move on to Sean Lee from the Army.
Things just, it just intensified here. Sean Lee, also successful. So it's getting that much more intensified with each lift. The first lifts of 3, I mind you, would be the best lift out of those 3. So 155 kilos. The next lift for Louise Cruz, representing SOCOM, 160 kilos. And Michael Best setting his second lift about 164. So that's where you start to see the one-upmanship and the tactic come into play.
So Sergeant First Class, Louis Cruz out of Florida.
Good old Kissimmee, Florida. Has a little bit of the Floridian support here. 352 pounds. A slight bounce, and they will give it to him. Permission to be a little critical, but unbelievable breaking that 350 barrier on just the poundage. 352 pounds, 160 kilos. God, he's saying, take that, rest of the competitive field. Just setting. And this is where you have the previous competitors, Sean Lee, the likes of Michael Best, coming in, their second lift at 162. Well, he just set it, his first lift at 160. Watch, it'll be interesting to see Louis Cruz, where he sets his second lift. You do have to establish it right after your successful lift.
All right, so we have an athlete from the Marines next. 165 kilos will be his first attempt. And there's the white flag.
363 pounds, 165 kilos. And we have yet to see a bobble, a second guess. Any slight even movement of lack of confidence with these lifters right now. Flight E is just unstoppable right now. 2 more lifters to go with their first of 2 lifts. Remember, successful on the first lift, you can move onward and upward with that second lift. You're just trying to build, and you're also trying to establish a At 8 kilos on this second lift, moving at a very frenetic pace in this group. So, also successful in that second lift, 101, and then Tiny establishes his second lift coming in at 170. So our last two lifters in Field E will be going after 170 kilos, as now we move up to 138 kilos. David Gala of Australia. You hear a big scream from all the Australian fans here. Trying to get at it, establish that distance between you and the rest of your weight class. Got the 107 kilo class, 107 plus. It's so impressive to see the numbers getting put up here. David taking his time, making every quickly into it. And that is confidence personified right there. David Gala. And you can see just how quickly, it's just moving at such a fast pace.
That's the difference that I'm noticing with this flight. It's moving very fast.
Yeah.
The athletes are not taking a lot of time. They're taking enough time to get set, but they're not letting too much time lapse. And everyone has made their lifts.
Yeah, frenetic, energetic, and unstoppable. That's how I would explain it or describe it at this point.
Yeah.
Phil Anderson started at 143. Now he ups it by 7 kilos. Interesting, Stephen Bortle is going to be following him. Then he matches his 150. That'll be his second lift. So you can see, and it's really going to come down to the third and final lifts where things are set. That's where everyone can either go clutch or pack it up without a medal.
Yeah, it's the final flight in today's competition. There's been a number of phenomenal, all the flights have been great, but we've seen some really special lifts earlier in that 182 plus kilo mark. But there's an energy about this flight. Like you said, it's just moving so quickly and everyone is hitting.
Undeniable. Taking his time. Will he get the nod? No. A little bit of a bounce. And you can see there is just the officials definitely. So our first no lift. But clearly there is strength in the tank for Philip Anderson representing Air Force.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a slight mishap. Don't want to speculate what the judges are seeing from their perspective. Now Stephen Bortle, he'll be trying to match what Anderson just failed to do at 150 kilos. But Stephen Bortle in the 107 plus kilo class. So different class, but matching that 150 kilo mark. Such a test of just the ultimate test of upper body strength. There it is, the call. See, visibly pushing through this and gets it. So Bortle, successful at 150 in the 107 plus kilo class.
And what I liked about that, there was no pausing or hesitation. It was down and then just explosive back up.
You have to imagine too, when you're doing this amount of weight on the bar, the impact, where do you find the stamina, the wherewithal?
Staff Sergeant out of Florida, going for 154 kilos.
So just under 340 pounds on the bar. Got last strap adjusted. And such a tight relationship with these teams and the coaches. Do such a great job pushing these athletes to the brink with lifts like that. Who can complain about Team Air Force? 154 kilos.
And yeah, now we move on to Bob Mose from the Marines. We saw him earlier, well, last year, 2023.
He's got the Semper Fi swagger, and he backs it up with some serious lifting. Successful on that first attempt of 3 at 151 kilos. Ups it by 3, but he just witnessed, a successful lift, albeit, Garrett in that 107 class. Now, Bob Mose in the 107 plus kilo class. So as mentioned, just under 340 pounds on the bar, 154 kilos. Just making sure that it's unbelievable, wow.
And another good lift for Bob Mose.
So keep in mind, Garrett Corbett set it his third and final lift at 163 kilos. What is Bob gonna do right now? Seeing that, he sees what has been set for that third and final lift.
I think he's gonna go higher.
Obviously there are 2 different weight classes, but it's like, feel like, is he just gonna up it and 156, okay. So knowing where he's at in that 107 plus category and what's comfortable and how that previous lift felt. That's all you can listen to. Sean Lee, representing Army, going after 162. Took a little time on that, but making no impact. 1-1.
So waiting for the call on that. We see 1 red, 1 white. And it's good at 162.
Yep. So got 2 nods. Fortunate for Sean Lee, onward and forward. Moving on to Michael Best out of Bartow, Florida. Down to 164 kilo. And be watching closely. 107 plus kilo category. And Lee just set his third lift at 170. Wow. Things getting a little bit intense here. Taking the time on the way down, but there's that decisive angle. Comes out far. Now to utilize that front side of the chest. So successful at 164. 104 plus category. He's looking at the rest of the field. Will he break that 170 barrier? The rest of, you also have Tiny Mayman, like he's already set at 170, so you see what the rest of the field is. Does he have another 6 kilos to play with?
Well, we move on now to Louis Cruz out of SOCOM. It's 169 kilo will be his second attempt.
Yeah, that's going to be a good lift for Cruz.
And just
feeling the pump, the burn, you can see it visibly.
yeah, and he just pressed through that final moment there. So Louis Cruz gets that 169. One more attempt for him. And next up from the Marines, athlete from the Marines will be going for 170 kilos.
Richardson Bailey. Whoa! That is a go. Wow. The manimal mode is in effect, 170. And interesting, Louis Cruz, who just lifted 169, now he ups his third and final lift to 172. We have that to look forward to. What's it going to be for Richardson Bailey?
All right, so Tiny Mammon from SOCOM, another athlete that we met in 2023 in Coronado down there in San Diego. 170 kilos.
So it looks like 178 set by Richardson Bailey. Different weight class, but let's see if Tiny has it in him. Oh! So, taking his time on that. So, a no lift on the 170. However, he'll get a chance to come back on his third and final lift. And no one really in the 107 plus category in that 170 range. Surprisingly, 107 class, seeing a handful of competitors throw out the gauntlet with the 170 and above.
So we move back
Lift,
to Brett
yeah.
Lewis from Australia with his third and final attempt at 116.
So a no lift, unfortunately, for the Australian. Lewis will have to settle for the 108 kilo successful second lift. Moving on to another Australian, David Gala, going after 140 kilos. Just under 310 pounds on the bar here in Flight E. David Gala out of Australia. The men's 107 plus kilo class. And you can hear the Australian fans trying to push him. as far as he can go. The final adjustments on those straps. Getting that breath pulled in, locking in. Knows what he has to do. And does it decisively. Well done.
You know, and the encouragement and just to hear those fans. We've talked to the athletes before and just how much that can make a difference.
Showing his thanks to the fans. Strong, strong Australian contingent taking over the fans. A lot of yellow and green. But all about the blue right now out of Niceville, Florida. Philip Anderson was unsuccessful at 150, so a chance for a validation and potential here actually to stay in the hunt. You know, there's been too many successful attempts in that 107 category, but looking for a best at this point at 150 kilos.
Technical sergeant from Air Force.
Is it there? No, just can't muster that last kick in the gear. Philip Anderson. Best he'll be able to do 143 kilos as we now focus on Bob Mose of the Marines. Was successful on his first two accounts there, 151, 154, and now raising it up another 4 kilos. So 348 pounds. Trying to slowly but surely, methodically moving it up there in the 107 plus category. Look at what's been lifted. Definitely.
So Bob Mose, I would expect to see him throughout the rest of the week at other events, other disciplines.
Just the amount of training, the amount of dedication so many of these wounded warriors put into their regiment to stay focused and in top form for the Warrior Games is just astounding. So much commitment, diet, workout regimen is just, it's unbelievable how much they put into it. Here we go. 158.
And
like it's just like a Sunday brunch.
He's another one that makes lifting look fun. Like you watch him and you're like, that actually kind of looks fun. In a way.
In a way, yeah. He puts a smile on the pain of.
Yeah, I guess that's a better way to put it.
The
he
burn,
puts a smile
yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Stephen Bortle from Army.
Yep.
160 kilos. He went from 143 to 150 to now 160. So jumping up 10.
He knows there's already been 2 successful lifts in the 160 plus category in 107 plus kilo class. Trying to land into that bronze medal position with honor here, and getting the clean pull on 160 would do just that.
Start. Press.
Wow! Indeed he does. Double fist pump, smile. Loving the moment. And so many of these athletes working with the coaches, family, and friends. It's a longer journey than a lot of us can understand. Feels good when you find that fruition and that success on the bench.
Yeah, big accomplishment for Stephen Bortle. You could just see with the reaction. Moving on to Garrett Corbett from Team Air Force, 163 kilos.
Just under 360 pounds.
The staff sergeant from Crestview, Florida.
I was mentioning the coaches. Hats off to the coaches too. You'll see a lot of the coaches too play double duty this week in different categories, and it's, I mean, the amount of work that they put into it and the dedication, the kind of the mutual admiration and respect between athlete and coach it's pretty astounding. It's great to see the dedication on both sides.
Press.
163, white flag. White flag, and we have a good lift indeed. Wow. So I mentioned just under 360 pounds on that lift.
So Sean Lee will now be attempting 170 kilos. Now, to put this into perspective, there's only been one other person in the 107 class that has lifted 170 kilos. Oh, Sean Lee up next. For Team Army, 170 kilos is what he will be attempting.
And those of you that are metrically challenged on your abacus at home, 374 pounds if you're doing the math, just under 375 pounds. So much weight. We mentioned it's well beyond the weight of a refrigerator. And to just get the clean press on that. Locking in on that grip. You can see textbook form. Nice and arched.
Start. Press.
And wanted it right out of the, got a little bit of a dip. What are they gonna, no, unfortunate. Just a slight dip, but you saw how quickly he entered into that. Wanted it, was hungry. Yeah, man. So now jumping up in the 107 kilo class to 172. Just under 380 pounds.
So we're rounding out our day of competition here at powerlifting, day 1 of 10 of the Warrior Games. Our first introduction to many of these athletes, and then also a reintroduction to some of the athletes that we've met at previous Warrior Games.
172 on the bar. Just under that 380-pound mark. And gets the start and the rack. Pushing, pushing. Almost there. Not a lift, unfortunate. Lee Cruz going after 172. And the weights continue to go skyward. Now hitting the 174 mark for Michael Best, representing Navy on our next lift. There'll be one lift after that. It looks like Tiny did not establish a third lift. Saw a little bit of a pause following that second lift by Tiny, so it looks like he's opting not to take that third and final lift. So just two more lifts to go. Hard to believe. First day of competition.
All right, Michael Best from the Navy.
He comes here to Orlando from Bartow, Florida, with his own cheering section.
Really?
I mean, not shabby at all. $174. 383 pounds. Smooth so far. Can he get it back up? He's close.
What are they? There's a white flag, another white flag, and that is a lift.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is power personified in powerlifting. You saw the patience. He just was so persistent. He wanted it so bad, and he stabilized and he held it there. So unbelievable there. 174, just under 384 pounds, and now Richardson Bailey, 176 on the bar.
So if he gets this, this will be the most weight in this Flight E.
The most weight we've seen entirely. I'm gonna dig back. I think we were close in San Diego, but this is a lot of weight. Here we go, right into it. Wow, not wasting any time. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. 176 kilos, 388 pounds. Walk in the park, judging by his body language, his approach. Elijah Richardson Bailey, representing the Marines. That is Semper Fi style at its finest. Incredible.
Yeah, and what a way to finish off these flights here at the first day of competition of the Warrior Games here at powerlifting.
Yeah, we mentioned, unfortunately, Tiny did not establish that third final weight, decided to scratch the last lift, but it does give us a chance to wax a little nostalgic, albeit a little too soon, the first day of 10 days of competition. Just really kind of drink in what we just witnessed here today. Incredible competition, Tina.
Yeah, and this is a really good indication of what we will see for the rest of the week. And, you know, in addition to the athletes' performance, just the fans that showed up from all, you know, from Australia, the Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force. I mean, this was just a sample of what we can expect to see.
And you can see the fans showing their flex zone. It's incredible fan base that has come out to show their support for all the wounded warriors. Yep, showing their support as the best of the best. Collars on, weights loaded, and some personal best, a couple of records thrown in for good measure. They came out fast, furious, and a frenetic, energetic pace here in the final class, Flight E, showing they have it, all the metal in the wheelhouse to put it on the line and find the podium. Even Bob Mose, he says, nope, I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. The good news for our competitors, we're going to wrap it up nicely, hand out the hardware, and get some medals to our athletes when we return, and we'll be able to fill you in all the goodness that's going to be coming up tomorrow. So stay close. More coming up from Orlando right after this.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway. Don't stop till the room starts to sway.
Come and sway with me, lay with me, yeah, babe with me, and she rolling all day with me. Rock stars at the party and there ain't many that can party how we party, yeah, it ain't litty. You can holler if you hear me, if you heard this. Yeah, the word is anytime that I come, then you know it ain't worthless. Do it for the fun, but I come with a purpose. Dressed to impress, tell the bounce and move back. Vibrations in my chest, I wanna feel that boom back. Libations for my guests, they know I'm a cool cat, but you knew that.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway. Don't stop till the room starts to sway.
Got the whole crew here, mommy, come chill. When you step up in the party, it's a done deal. Drinks on me and one bill. We rock stars, and I ain't talking about a drum fill. You should know that I gotta bring more of us. And we party on the go like a tour bus. You couldn't make it, well, I'm sorry, that's just your luck. Meanwhile, I'm getting more bucks. Stack it up, then rack it up. Bend it over, poke it out, then back it up. We acting up and we right here. We don't party like squares.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sway. Don't stop till the room starts to sway.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 107 kilo. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Ken Fisher, Chairman and CEO of Fisher House Foundation. Bronze medalist representing Air Force, Staff Sergeant Garrett Corbett. Silver medalist representing SOCOM, Sergeant First Class Louis Cruz. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing the Marines, Corporal Elijah Richardson Bailey. The 2024 Warrior Games medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the medal ceremony for the men's 107 kilos. Coming up next, the 107 plus kilos. Next up. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 107 plus kilos. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Ken Fisher, Chairman and CEO, Fisher House Foundation. Bronze medalist representing Army, Captain Stephen Bortle. Silver medalist representing SOCOM, Senior Chief Petty Officer Tiny Mohammed. Gold medalist and Warrior Games champion representing Navy, Hospital Corpsman Third Class Michael Best. The Warrior Games medalist. ceremony for the men's 107 plus kilos.
Well, it's great to see all the hardware handed out, and just to think that this is the first of 10 days of competition. This is the 14th anniversary, highlighting the exceptional physical skills and mental toughness of wounded, ill, and injured service members representing the U.S. Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and U.S. Special Operations Command. As we look onward and forward, it just gets that much more intense, as tomorrow we have cycling. One of my favorites, wheelchair rugby, is going to be entering pool play. We start then with precision air on the 23rd, also more wheelchair rugby, precision air and wheelchair rugby. So a lot of wheelchair rugby, that's good for me. Precision air too, just watching just the finesse and the marksmanship on that is really, really great to see. Your favorite takeaways from today, Tina?
Well, just the reactions from many of the athletes when they accomplished what they set out to do. And also, I think a lot of these athletes end up surprising themselves. They come in with a target weight that they want to hit, and then they push beyond that. So it's fantastic to see, and it just really sets the tone for the rest of the week and the rest of the Warrior Games.
Yeah, and you know, you take the four-dimensional chess that we just witnessed with powerlifting, take that and maybe times it even by a couple, and we're going to see that too, especially with wheelchair rugby. A lot of usual suspects that we saw in San Diego, and a lot of the great performers here that took home medal here today. We expect them to do well tomorrow in cycling and wheelchair rugby. So looking forward, onward and forward, 8 a.m. starting nice and early on the cycling, and then 11:30 a.m. Do not miss the wheelchair rugby. So
you just keep saying that. You love that event.
I do.
But one thing, you know,
fan.
yeah, and there's just so much variety amongst all the different disciplines as well. Like you said, cycling, wheelchair rugby, and then, you know, we still have archery, swimming, track and field, sitting volleyball. It just keeps going on, but what a fantastic start to the Warrior Games here in Orlando.
Well, on behalf of Lizzie, Brad J., and Tina Dixon, I'm Pat Parnell. We thank you for tuning in, and we encourage you, like I mentioned, tune in tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. More from the Department of Defense Warrior Games 2024 here from ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex in Orlando, Florida. We'll leave you with some many, many amazing moments from today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Exactly where I'm going.
it was due.